Stardate 57076.1. With the investigation into the destruction of the USS Expedition complete, the 10th Fleet Review Board, on the advice of Commander Arif, have decided to move ahead with the court-martial of Captain Felix Morgan. Due to the unusual time constraints placed on the 10th Fleet's command staff from Starfleet Command, Admirals Elder and Haggard, as well as Captain Tara Cheseldin, I butchered that, I apologize, have been asked to convene the hearing only after 1 week of formal investigation into the destruction of the USS Expedition. Since the JAG office has yet to be established on Deep Space 17, Captain DeGrasse has been asked to represent Starfleet in their case against Captain Morgan. And since I am not sure how long any of this is going to take, we are basically going to jump straight into the courtroom with the two admirals and the captain entering the courtroom.
Elder will enter solemnly and take his seat without word or grandeur.
Same with Haggard.
Same with Cheseldin.
And then Haggard will look around and see if everyone who should be present is, and then reach out and ding the ship's bell 3 times. Are you ding 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 ding? This proceeding is called to order. The matter of the court-martial of Captain Felix Morgan in the destruction of the USS Expedition. How does the defendant plead?
Before the defendant pleads, I would like to make a statement.
I look to Haggard and say, have her approach the bench.
Step forward, Captain. You too as well, Commander DeGrasse. And once they're here, I look back to Elder.
I say, you may make your statement, Captain, but I do not want any theatrics.
Understood, Admiral. I wish to file that the proceedings of this court is done rather hastily and proper investigation cannot be performed on the behalf of the defense, and I am sure that goes with saying with the prosecution as well. I wish that this court-martial be dismissed as a mistrial and be heard at a later date.
Your
motion is entered. Step back while we discuss.
Your Honors, may I ask the defense on what grounds you would like a mistrial?
I think the defense has stated their case on that matter. We'll discuss further, Captain.
Thank you.
Well, I don't think Starfleet wants us to dismiss the case out of hand, but it's exactly what the defense attorney should do.
Let's make a note of it so that the captain has grounds for an appeal, but not adjourn.
Captain?
I agree. We're here to make a ruling on this. However, or should they wish to make an appeal, this would be any grounds for it, but not grounds for dismissal.
Be it noted that the counsel for the defense has made a motion to dismiss the case in light of the unusually and unorthodox method and time constraints placed upon both the defense and the prosecution in preparing for this case. However, we believe that the case should go forward, but the the defense attorney's motion will be entered into the record.
Likewise, Your Honors, may I make a request to the court?
Proceed.
Due to the constrained timeline for the discovery process, as the defendant pointed out, I think it's only prudent that since neither party has had an opportunity to examine the witness testimony in detail, sufficient detail, I would say, or conduct an examination of the evidence to be exhibited, I think it's in good faith for us to present the list of witnesses that we intend to call, as well as the evidence that we choose to bring to the trial.
I don't know if there's any kind of like audio device or recorder in front of us, but I'm going to mute it and lean over to Haggard and say, perhaps 6 hours for them to get all of their decks in a row. They don't seem ready, and it is going to look like a kangaroo court if they aren't.
They have only had a week to present evidence and due to discovery. However, we are under orders to adjudicate this case.
And we should give them 6 hours to hand over all the evidence, as the prosecution is saying that he hasn't handed over all of the evidence to the defense.
That would be within proper protocol to allow that.
That'll also give the defense some time to review.
I'm not sure 6 hours is enough. What if we adjourn to this time tomorrow? That shouldn't be too much of an undue delay in Starfleet's eyes, but it would give them a solid 24 hours to make their discoveries and at least do a quick review of everything.
Agreed.
The panel believes that 24 hours would not be an undue delay in order to allow defense and prosecution to complete the process of discovery and the sharing of witness list with both this court and their opposite number. Therefore, this court is dismissed until 0800 tomorrow. Ding ding, ding ding, ding ding. And Haggard will stand.
Elder will stand in turn.
Just Eldon will stand.
And then we'll file out.
Mm-hmm. Elder will invite Haggard to dinner, but will purposefully avoid running into anyone else involved in this court, except for the other judge, because that would be improper.
Sure, Haggard will go to dinner. We're not inviting the lowly captain?
Oh, no, the captain can come. I was just purposely saying I'm avoiding Prax and DeGrasse and
I mean, I'm not in a position to invite myself to the dinner, so...
We will grant you a seat at the table, but not like the position of admiral or master or anything.
Right.
You can sit and observe.
As the lowest ranking officer, you'll have to give the first toast.
Yeah. Better be a good one.
That's right.
One worthy of Starfleet tradition.
I'll bring the coffee.
At dinner?
Well, you have to have coffee after dinner.
You really shouldn't have caffeine that late in the day.
Haggard looks at Sir Zeldin as if they have 3 heads.
All right, so we'll let the admirals step out, and this will leave the rest of the people in the courtroom for a little RP after hearing the opening salvos fired, the opening request. And Morgan will turn to Prax. I hope you know what you're doing.
You want to keep your career?
Just remember, Azrael, should you fail to defend me the way you're supposed to, I get off scot-free. So where I sit, this is really a win-win situation for me.
Gross will approach Prax. Well, I guess there's a bit more time to hopefully solidify things.
They can give us all the time in the world, and it would not be enough.
All right, well, I guess we have to get to this. In line with the discovery process and reciprocal discovery, I'm going to provide my witness list that I intend to call, and then any evidence that I intend to bring forth. And if you'd be so kind as to do so as well, I think we can get this part over with, hopefully rather quickly.
Your witness list will most likely be the same as mine.
Well, I can certainly name quick names, see if anyone else is on it. Medan, Casey, the con officer? Had a character question. Who was the con officer during the incident?
Ordril.
Ordril. Okay. And he'll continue. Dr. Pearson, I believe it was Hoda, the security officer in charge. Mendrock, chief of engineering at the time of the incident.
Mendrock is not assigned to the expedition.
He was assigned to the expedition prior to the events in question.
Yeah, but he's still
He left.
basically at Mars.
Okay, so yeah, he's not on the station. Okay, never mind. Knights, and then optional witnesses of Captain Morgan, Commander Arif, and then Lieutenant Quinix. Standard evidence, personnel logs, engineering reports about the state of the ship, both before and during the incident, as well as service records and the like. So
I have some stuff I need to do a little bit of research on. If there's any amendment to the witness list, I will inform you. That, or you'll be notified during the court proceedings.
might I remind you, Captain, that
I'm
if any
aware.
evidence,
Any evidence has to be disclosed to both sides of the party, both either the prosecution or defense, if they uncover anything. I'm aware.
pre-trial, if it was discovered pre-trial.
Yes, it was discovered pre-trial. We're still currently in trial.
Okay. Well, he'll look to Captain Morgan. He'll excuse me, and he'll walk out of the room.
And then Morgan will turn to you. Till tomorrow, Captain. If you need me, you know where I'll be.
Perhaps we shall go over your timeline while we have this
Well, my quarters seem as good as place as any. What passes for quarters on this drab station?
It could be a lot smaller. And she gets up with her pads and proceeds out of the courtroom.
And Morgan also with his armed escorts. All right, so we have a couple role-playing opportunities here. We obviously have the admirals for dinner we could do. We have Morgan and Prax in the room, in Morgan's quarters. We have Prax and DeGrasse potentially in a conference room. And we also have all of these characters who are witness in the trial that are currently in the room as well.
Discovery would seem to be the most important thing to cover.
Yep, we could shoot there, and then if anybody wants to set up scenes after, they could. So yeah, we'll jump to one of the station's many conference rooms where Captains DeGrasse and Prax go over their discovery list.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain. Go ahead.
Have you been provided with the engineering report on the destruction of the expedition?
I have, yes. I really wish they had a bit more time to conduct their analysis.
Unfortunately, I don't think we'll get our hands on those logs prior or after their data dump.
Reviewing these elements just really drove home how thorough the destruction was. Don't think I was prepared for it, Captain.
The survivors are very lucky that they were able to survive as it is, considering the level of destruction.
He picked you, huh?
He did.
Oh.
And he didn't ask me, he asked someone else. So.
Well, he picked very esteemed counsel. I do have to say I'm surprised, though, given the nature of things.
In his mind, it's a win-win. If I do my job properly, he gets off. If I do my job poorly, he gets off.
Well, I would contend that if we all do our job properly, truth of the matter will be discovered. If your client is guilty or not, well, it will be dealt with accordingly.
And I expect you to come out swinging and give me everything you got.
It's a process, Captain. I'm merely the very tip of a larger apparatus that wanted to see this happen. As hastily as it was organized, at least. So I've given you my witness list. Is there anyone else that you plan to call?
I will have to give it to approval by the courts, but it's not an exact direct link to the expedition itself. Cannot. I'll have to bring it up in court on whether or not it gets approved or not.
Well, I do have to say this is an unusual process, but the point of this, Captain, is to make sure that both parties are on a level playing field, that we're both able to discover the truth. If you have a witness that you're preparing to call, it might help prosecution put together a list of questions to use for cross-examination.
I'm getting some clarification real quick. I plan to call Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel to the witness stand on an event similar to what transpired with the expedition. It would help that I wasn't muted and the stream, hears it, but not you guys. I plan to call Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel to the witness stand on a similar event that transpired on the USS Century that the expedition faced.
Okay. Well, thank you, Captain. That's helpful. And he'll just kind of run through the list of evidence, which basically just includes service records, logs, and various things that the engineering analysis team were able to discover about the expedition. Oh, and finally, Captain, have you had a chance to review the notes of the investigators?
I have.
Okay. That would be the last, well, written evidence, I guess I would introduce to the court.
You're referring to the logs that are in the Deep Space 17 logs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, well, Captain, I mean, if there's nothing else on your end, I think we're working with the same set of facts. So yeah.
All right. So, are there any scenes anyone wants to run before we jump to tomorrow for the official start? This is probably potentially the only time for free role play before the court martial gets going. So, if there's anything anybody wants to do before then, now would be the time.
Real quick, she hands to Graspad. I plan to introduce this into evidence tomorrow.
DeGrasse will take the pad and read what's on it.
See you tomorrow morning.
You as well, Captain. And he'll head back to his quarters. Prax, was that the second link you sent over?
Yes.
Okay. Looks like it's protected, so I might not have access to it.
Sounds like Garibaldi services are required. Yeah, I don't know why Google Docs are being weird today. I had that problem earlier. I thought it was set on allow anyone with link. Then I sent it and someone said they couldn't get into it. Right. Any more scenes anybody wants to do before we get to the crux of the episode?
We could do the dinner. I would, I was not saying anything in case there were people who actually play in this game regularly that needed to see it, but we can if no one else.
So, Admiral dinner?
We certainly don't have to.
I'll give you a little time. Why not? And then if Commander Arif's here, you were invited, so it would be up to you. But on inside one of the many guest quarters, the three judges sit around a table enjoying a finely cooked meal.
Yeah. As I put a generous amount of yamak sauce on on the meal, I look over to Haggard and ask, "So you must tell me about the Cardassians when you met them."
Well, when I met the Cardassians, there was a trio of galores hunting down old refit Constitution class in a nebular system. The Connie had managed to hide herself, but she was in bad shape. Fortunately, we were able to avoid an exchange of phaser fire at that point. We managed to get to the Connie first and bluff our way past the galores.
Oh, having to deal with Cardassian galors in a modded Constitution, and here I thought dealing with them in a ambassador was difficult.
Dealing with Cardassians, for most of my service career anyway, has always been difficult. The first one I ever really had spent any sort of time with and had a conversation with and tried to persuade that peaceable relations were possible wound up to be one of the higher ups in the Obsidian Order of all godforsaken things. Not that we knew what the Obsidian Order was then.
My introduction to them was with Maxwell and the incident of the gun running.
As a player, I'm just completely blank on that.
The episode where Picard had to help.
Oh, right. The minstrel boy to the war is gone.
Yep.
That one, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Elder was his XO. Or
Ah.
that's where the character was introduced from.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and of course they were running the guns, but
Yep.
Picard had to keep the peace.
As we shall have to keep the peace here.
Unfortunately, I was only introduced to the Cardassians during the Dominion War. I was on the other side of the Federation and for most of the border war.
Well, one way or the other, until recent times anyway, until after the Dominion War, the Cardassians' relationship with the Federation is on again, off again, on opposite sides of a phaser rifle. I'm hopeful that now we can put all that behind us and move forward, but we'll see if the Cardassians can keep themselves from falling back into their fascistic government system.
I heard about a year ago that the Cardassians were reaching out to Bajor to make amends. But
well,
that's a 100-year process, I imagine.
If that.
Still, it's a step in the right direction.
Agreed.
I don't envy the captain that has to ferry them all back and forth.
Still, the Bajoran government has done remarkably well with aid and assistance to the Cardassians. They've been behind, from what I've heard anyway, 100% behind our efforts in that region.
If anything, they might have a vested interest in making sure that the Cardassian and people don't fall completely to lawlessness.
Well, we all do, not to mention their vested interest in making sure that the Zinkethi don't decide that Cardassians are such easy pickings that they just move suddenly rimward and all over them, like they tried a couple years ago.
I will start pouring some wine and say, well, let's think of happier things And I'll look towards Shazeldin and say a toast.
A toast to tradition. May guide us but not hold us back.
I can drink to that.
Here, here.
I don't have anything else.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm done.
Alrighty, any expedition crew want scenes? If not, we'll jump into it.
I guess, Casey might go around and check on the other officers before the trial, but I don't imagine they're conglomerated anywhere. Coagulated. I don't know what word to use.
Not coagulated.
Congregating. There we are.
Yeah, congregated, yeah.
Coagulated gives me a very disturbing mental image about some sort of bizarro alien encounter episode or something.
Yeah, there's an idea for a few episodes. The crew of the
Hold on,
expedition
taking
is
notes.
coagulated.
See on there, Pearson.
Just an amorphous goo of crew that is moving together.
Degas, what character did you play? Were you Knight or Coda?
I played Coda. I think it was Shakathras.
Knight.
He was Knight.
Mendrock played Knight.
Who's on first?
There we go. In one of the lounges, Casey, you see the crew of the expedition seated around the bar, slow drinking their drinks. Really, this depressing aura in the air when you walk up to them.
Casey will go up to them. Evening, everyone.
Commander?
Hello, Commander.
I just came to check on you all ahead of tomorrow's official trial start and see how you're all feeling. If there was anything I could do for you, even.
Not really for me, Commander.
I know it won't be easy to discuss what happened in front of a full court, and I imagine some of you may have some apprehensions about the rushed nature of these proceedings.
I believe it's meant to be rough, Commander. Both on the person who stands accused and people who have to witness against it. Although, if justice is served in this case, I will be overjoyed.
We shall see. Now that the accusations are formal, I can I guess, speak a little more freely on the subject, but at least I personally am extremely displeased with how this trial is being handled. Starfleet is clearly embarrassed by this and trying to sweep it under the rug with a quick trial. If they had any idea of justice, he would be properly tried at Starfleet headquarters by JAG officers.
I agree. And yet,
Yeah. I feel bad for Commander Prax. Being forced to defend the person who was in command when her former ship went down. That can't be easy.
The mockery, as I said before, really a trial of this magnitude should be held at a central location where proper staff from the JAG can be brought in.
while proper staffing would be beneficial, I believe that the whole process has been rushed, as both the defense and prosecution attorneys have both said.
Well, it was Starfleet command that put Captain Morgan in charge of the expedition. It was them that ordered Commander Arif to undergo an investigation with too little time to conduct it. With the thoroughness he may usually take such a matter, and now they intend to rush the trial. This whole situation reeks.
My concern with the rushed arrangements is that the necessary investigation to find out what would have prevented it will be rushed and corners will be cut.
I agree completely. But I guess there's no point in dwelling on it. The best we can do now is show up tomorrow in a pressed and polished uniform and give the best testimony we can, provide them with the truth and all the information that we can.
Agreed on that fact, Commander.
Well, if you need anything from me, I'll be in my quarters. I'm still working away at the arrangements for the memorial.
Understood, Commander, and I might as well go over my own logs from before the incident.
Good idea, and make sure that you both get lots of rest as well. Tomorrow will no doubt be a very long day.
I'll take it under advisement, Commander. Not confident I'll be able to sleep at all, but I will try.
Perhaps the doctor here has something for that. Although I leave that between a doctor and his patient.
Only if you want to wake up with a splitting headache in the morning.
I'd rather be sleep deprived than have to listen to him with a hangover.
Understood.
Appreciated, though.
And Casey will head back out.
All right.
Head back to his quarters.
Yep. So I think at this point we'll head back to the courtroom. This will be the following morning.
Before we stroll in, I'll gather Elder and Shizelda and say, I think this 24 hours is about all we could give them without Starfleet flexing on us. So let's admit to no further delay.
Agreed.
Let's get this over with.
And as you enter the room, the bailiff will tell everybody to, the all rise. As the three of you walk in.
I'll walk in and sit down stoically.
Once we're seated, ding the bell 3 times. This proceeding will now resume. Court officer will read the charges. Which I guess is the bailiff or whatever.
Oh, right. What were the charges? Gross negligence, I think. Yeah, I think that was it.
You think?
That's not good. This is how much of a sham this is. Starfleet doesn't even know the charges.
That's right.
The charges stand as followed. Captain Felix Morgan, Captain USS Expedition, is formally charged with gross dereliction of duty and negligence leading to the destruction of a starship.
Very well. Captain Morgan, how do you plead?
The defendant pleads not guilty.
The charges and plea being entered into the record.
So entered, Admiral.
This court-martial shall begin. Prosecution, you may present your evidence.
Esteemed courts, defense, witnesses, prosecution. I'm waiting it to prosecution. Hereby hopes to convince the court that the charges as they stand are accurate and true by putting together the evidence, witness statements, testimony, written records from investigators, and so on. Prosecution will seek to show that Captain Morgan was in gross violation of his duties, that his decision-making at the time was below the standard required to command a vessel in Starfleet, that he willingly disregarded the advice of the senior officers in a moment of danger, and other lapses in judgment that ultimately led to the tragic incident that brings us here today. First, oh yeah, Casey, I'm not a lawyer. I'll totally say that. The core elements that the prosecution will seek to show is first, to present evidence of death, and I think that could stand on its obviousness. We can have the stenographer pull the records from Starfleet Command if needed. We will discuss the murder weapon as it would be. In this case, the USS Expedition will ask of witnesses their accounts of the events in question that put Mr. Morgan in the place where he could make the decisions that led to the incident. We will demonstrate that he was of sound mind when he gave these orders and took his actions. And ultimately, we will show that a reasonable person could have expected to do something different in the circumstances leading up to the incident and after the incident as well. In pursuit of this, I'd like to call Lieutenant Nadan as the first witness.
Nidon will rise, I guess. Wait, does Prax get opening remarks?
I don't think Haggard asked for opening remarks. I think he just skipped that part. So
Yeah,
Uh,
again,
Really
I'm
did.
so DeGrasse did his opening and now he's gonna skip. But
doing the roaming
Yeah.
way. That way the defense gets
Prax-
to speak last.
yeah, Prax will get to do opening, but then she'll have to do her trial and her closing all at the same time.
I can completely retcon that and turn to counsel for the defense and ask for the opening statement.
I think it would work better if we did
Yeah,
that.
please do.
Okay. Thank you, Captain DeGrasse. Captain Prax says, counsel for the defense, your opening remarks, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Esteemed court and honored witnesses, the defense intends to prove that Captain Felix Morgan acted in his best knowledge to attempt to save the USS Expedition and the lives on board her, that the unfortunate circumstances are due to a trail of events that could never have been foreseen by any members of the crew of the expedition, including the senior staff, that the unfortunate destruction of the expedition was a disastrous accident. And she turns around and takes her seat. Let's see what we do the opening remarks from my cousin Vinny. Then
Utes? Did he say Utes?
you sorry, your judge.
Captain DeGrasse, please call your first witness.
Thank you, sir. The first witness will be Lieutenant Nadan.
Okay. Now Nidon will rise and move over to the witness chair. Is that this place?
I think so.
It's an
Alrighty.
empty chair with a pedestal. I think that's our best shot.
All right.
I believe the bail is supposed to read her rights.
Well, to swear her in.
Yeah.
So in that Starfleet episode research stuff, how did they do it in the TOS episode?
They had that like panel under the hand, and then do you swear to tell the truth? And
And I think it
Okay.
also reads out your record, doesn't it?
yeah,
It reads out your record and any awards you have.
working.
Yep.
All right, we won't do that. We'll just have her. So the bailiff here comes up and holds the pad out, waiting for you to put your hand on it.
I will put my hand on it. I mean,
Lieutenant Jill Nadan, confirmed. Lieutenant, if you'll raise your right arm.
Nidon raises her right arm.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And the bailiff will step back.
So does DeGrasse just start at this point?
Yep, your witness.
Cool. Lieutenant Nadan, just so we can put this particular matter to rest, could you please state any disciplinary actions taken against you for lack of judgment or ability to conduct your duties to this point in your Starfleet career?
None, sir.
And you graduated from the academy with a sciences track in mind, and well distinguished for a cadet in the sciences at graduation. Is that correct?
It is, yes.
So, would you say that you've had a fairly exemplary service record in the sciences branch of Starfleet up to this point?
I would say that I am recognized as an expert in my field.
And this isn't the first vessel that you've served on, is that correct?
Yes.
So you have experience with real-life scenarios, conducting operations from the bridge in a science officer's position.
Yes, although the expedition was my first position as the chief science officer, I should know.
Noted. Thank you. So could you please, from your vantage point on the bridge, describe the events leading up to the incident in question?
That day? When do you want me to start from?
Yes, that day.
We were supposed to be conducting a survey for subspace eddies. We had been told by Captain Morgan that he wanted to conduct the survey. I don't recall his exact phrasing, but he wanted it done quickly. I had voiced a concern that if we went too quickly, we could not see an eddy in time to take adequate evasive action. The captain ordered a high rate of speed regardless. After we surveyed a few, we wound up running into one that formed suddenly in front of us. I detected it just before we hit.
So at the time, the would you say that the captain disregarded your advice?
Yes, that would be a fair assessment.
Would it also be fair to say that this wasn't the first time that he disregarded your advice?
Yes, that would be fair as well.
Could you please give us your understanding of Captain Morgan's demeanor during the day in question?
He seemed impatient and short with people. He resorted to verbal abuse if someone was seen as possibly questioning his expertise or decision-making capacity, even in fields outside of his areas of expertise. And he frequently yelled at, especially the first officer, yourself.
So, just so I can keep this straight, the orders were to venture into this field where there was a known danger.
Yes.
Against the advice of yourself, the chief science officer, who advised Captain Morgan to be more cautious in his approach. He disregarded your advice and proceeded full impulse power into the field.
Yes.
And at that point, there was an eddy that came into view. Remind me, did you say that it formed too quickly for you to conduct the scan?
We detected it just before we hit. There was not adequate reaction time to take appropriate evasive action.
And you would attribute this lack of adequate time to the speed with which the vessel was going?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that if the vessel was proceeding more slowly, that you would have been able to conduct a quick enough scan to understand the danger?
That, and if we had been conducting more thorough scans, we might have detected evidence of the formation of the eddy before it formed. We were conducting cursory scans and not the detailed level scans that are advised in Starfleet standard procedures by order of the captain.
So just to reiterate for the court, you're saying that the captain disregarded standard Starfleet procedure that would have allowed more thorough scans to be taken of the field and possibly prevented the ship from encountering danger?
That is my assessment, yes.
Understood. So after the ship was caught in the eddy, do you recall the actions of Captain Morgan?
He ordered the helm to apply full impulse power, which resulted in or after which the ship experienced significant damage. I suspect, although I don't have access to the full engineering reports, that this was caused by attempting to power out of the subspace eddy.
Elder will, when that's said, Elder will look at Prax, waiting.
Objection, Your Honor.
I will look back over to Haggard.
Sustained. Believe that's outside the witness's field of expertise. Captain DeGrasse.
Understood, courts. I would like to say that I was not asking the witness a question outside of her expertise, simply of her recollection of the events in question. Lieutenant Nadan, could you please tell me what happened after Captain Morgan gave the order to the con officer to presumably reverse course?
The ship experienced catastrophic damage to many systems. It was recommended by both our first officer, Commander Casey, as well as the engineer, that an abandoned ship order be initiated. This was refused by the captain. After that, there was an explosion on the bridge, during which the ceiling collapsed on the captain, at which time he was injured severely, and Captain Casey took over command due to the captain's significant injury, and ordered the abandoned ship.
Understood. Am I to understand from the logs at the time that Captain Morgan himself took the controls at con?
Yes, that's correct. The con officer had, if memory serves, had been injured.
So, in your opinion, do you believe that Captain Morgan's decision to disregard your advice and the advice of the rest of the bridge crew led to the situation in question?
That is my sincere belief, yes.
All right. No further questions, Your Honors?
I have a question, and for the witness.
You can't.
I think they do in the TOS.
Can we?
episode.
Yeah, the judges ask questions, at least in the TOS ones. When Kirk was on
I mean, if
trial.
that's improper, then I retract that.
This
But
has got to be a GM thing. So
Yeah. What's the rule, GM?
Well, I'm trying to base this as closely as possible to the TOS one, keeping in mind I've never watched the TOS anything. So if they did it in there, I would allow it.
Yeah, but I think they kind of.
But like,
they asked for more for clarification rather than questioning the witness.
Yeah, you can ask
this
them.
would be clear. Yeah, this is clarification.
Yeah, if it's clarification is one thing. Asking questions is something different. So yeah, if it's asking for a clarification, then yeah, I think that would be fine. But then again, you three are the admirals in charge here. The admirals and captains in charge here. So really,
Yeah, I think we should say that asking for clarification on anything that Dawn said is okay, but you can't ask her something the prosecution did not.
Right. We can't examine the witness.
I wanted to ask what speed, what specific speed she would suggest as the survey be done.
Just because you missed Thursday, Nadan, but from myself and the doctor's recollection, it was quarter impulse. But I don't. If you remember better, then
I think it was quarter impulse. It was the standard speed, which I think was quarter impulse. So, yeah. So I would say Well, the standard speed laid out in Starfleet protocol is approximately 1/4 impulse.
Thank you.
I will ask for clarification. When the executive officer assumed command, was the doctor on the bridge, or was there medical personnel there to confirm?
There was not. However, the ceiling had just collapsed on Captain Morgan. And he was trapped under quite a bit of heavy rubble. I can't speculate as to the executive officer's mindset at the time. Mine at the time was that he probably had very significant, if not disabling, injuries.
Thank you. I'll look to Haggard.
The defense's witness.
Lieutenant Nadan, do you know approximately how far out you were from when you first detected the anomaly, or I'll clarify for the court, gravitational eddy?
I don't recall. And it happened very quickly, and I don't recall at what distance it was. Just that it was too close to evade.
Approximately, do you recall, or at least maybe your best estimate in terms for a time frame of how quickly you notice the eddy appear on the sensors?
It was a matter of a few seconds.
And with your expertise, you believe that if the ship was traveling at a slower pace, it would have been able to avoid the eddy?
If we had been traveling at a slower pace, we would have been further away from it at the time that it formed.
And when the ship was trapped inside the eddy, did you give your advice to Captain Morgan on ways to escape the eddy besides using the ship's engines?
I advised using the shields to contain atmosphere and to support the structural integrity of the ship.
But not have a way to escape.
No, not to my recollection.
And at the time that the ship was trapped inside the eddy, did the expedition suffer any critical damage, or at least to your knowledge?
There was substantial damage, yes. Even before the captain ordered the attempt to power out of the eddy.
And with your statements, at what point did Captain Morgan take the con? You stated that it was after the con officer, I believe it's Lieutenant Orville Basin, was injured. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes.
And during that time, Did Captain Morgan order you to do anything?
He did. He ordered me to deliver power to the engines.
An attempt to free the expedition. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And when Captain Morgan initiated the full impulse after you diverted power, what happened next?
That was approximately when the explosion caused the ceiling to collapse upon him.
And at that point, is that when Commander Casey took command of the expedition?
After the captain had been injured, yes.
Was the captain conscious?
He was.
Was he issuing any orders at the time?
He was ordering us to remain aboard the expedition. Despite engineering reporting that the warp drive was in the process of failing and that they were unable to recover it.
So you surmise that Captain Morgan was under the belief that the expedition could still be saved.
Objection.
Sustained calls for speculation on the state of an individual's mind, which the lieutenant is in no position to know, unless she has some sort of telepathic or empathic abilities of which the court is unaware.
I do not.
I'll rephrase. Captain Morgan was intentionally still trying to issue orders, is that correct?
Yes.
Despite the fact that Commander Casey had no grounds to take command of the expedition.
I disagree with that assertion.
Would you like to clarify that?
Objection, Your Honors. This isn't a question that the science officer is supposed to be an expert on. This is a question for someone with legal background.
I'll lean over to Haggard and say she has no command experience.
Objection sustained.
While you served under Captain Morgan, when he first came on board, how would you describe his command style? I'll rephrase. His perspective and presence on board the expedition.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You've served with other commanding officers in the past, is that correct?
It is.
How would you, in your personal opinion, judge Captain Morgan as a commanding officer?
On a personal opinion?
Did you find that he was harsh or demanding of his crew or trying to set a certain level of expectation among his officers?
I found him intolerant of other perspectives and convinced of his own judgment and expertise, as well as unwilling to seek or receive counsel from folks with relevant expertise.
So Captain Morgan never asked for any advice from you at all? Or seek counsel from you or anybody else for that matter on board the ship?
Rarely. And when he did, it was, in my opinion, solely to seek confirmation of his own presupposed decision. Most of the time.
Most of the time. But there were times he did seek out advice and suggestions from his crew.
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm failing to see where the defense is leading with this line of questioning.
I'll lean over to Haggard and say, I'll let him continue.
I'll allow it to continue, but let's get to a point sometime in the near future, Captain.
You would ascertain that Captain Morgan sets a certain level of, or a high bar, I would say, of acceptance of in terms for what he expects of his officers. Is that correct?
It depends on what you define as a high bar, Captain.
Meaning he's trying to continually push his officers to do better, even sometimes where it may seem grueling or otherwise impossible.
That would not be my assessment as an experience from serving under him. He does demand the impossible. The issue is that demanding the impossible is not the same as demanding excellence. The first is unreasonable. The second is what most good captains I have served under did.
You spoke of verbal abuse.
Accusing his senior staff of seeking to sabotage him and undermine his authority. Accusing them of being traitors.
At any point did you, during the course of the 9 months that you served under Captain Morgan, at any point did you file a complaint with the Starfleet Board of Ethics?
To my regret, no.
Would you like to clarify why?
Because I wasn't sure if it rose to an actionable level.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'll be making some notes on a pad and ask to clarify, Lieutenant. In your recollection, the XO attempted to assume command while the captain was still conscious and issuing orders?
After he had been gravely injured, but the captain had not lost consciousness until the doctor had to sedate him on the planet.
Thank you.
A further clarification, Lieutenant. You said that the captain had you transfer power to the engines once the expedition was caught in the eddy. Were you manning the ops station at this time?
That was performed from the science station, as ops was also disabled at the time.
Understood. Thank you for the clarification. Anything further, gentlemen? I look back and forth at the judges.
No further questions.
No further questions.
Unless the councils have anything else, you may step down, Lieutenant.
Thank you. And I'll step down and return to my seat, I guess.
Councils are advised that while the opinions of experienced officers are always of value, that opinions and subjective accounts of what they think might have happened have no place in a court of law. Let's stick to facts that we can prove and demonstrate, shall we? May call your next witness, Captain DeGrasse.
Prosecution calls the con officer at the time. To Lieutenant Orgel. I think he's lieutenant.
I gotta find his sheet.
Yeah.
It is ensign.
In that case, prosecution will call Ensign Orgel.
And Orgel will walk up. Somebody on the crew feel free to play Orgel.
Play him.
Gesundheit.
Unless anyone else wants to, because my questioning might be long. Guess I'll go ahead.
All right, the bailiff steps up holding the pad and motioning you to place the hand on it.
Yep, he will do so.
Ensign Orgel Basin, confirmed. Raise your right hand, please.
He will do so.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And the bailiff will step back.
Ensign Orgel, start off with, could you state any disciplinary actions taken against you for your lack of judgment or ability to conduct your duties?
I have not.
Let the records show that the con officer is held in high regard by Starfleet. So he's assuming that the service record would have been stated. So Ensign, is this your first assignments to a ship?
Yes, I've been a con officer. I was a con officer on board the expedition since she was launched.
And how long would that be?
I guess 3.5 years, would it, GM? I know we did the time jump.
when
Yeah.
did this game start?
Yeah. We'll say 3 years.
It's
About 3 years.
And in that time, did Captain Prax ever call your judgment into question?
Overruled.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah. Wait. What?
Beg your
Oh
pardon.
my God! you're
That's my
done?
job.
No, wait. I forgot my line already.
Objection.
Objective.
Objection.
Objection, Your Honor.
Hi.
On what grounds?
The opinions of myself or any log should be inadmissible in court because it could violate client and attorney privilege.
Your Honors, Georgial is not a client of the defense.
No, for Morgan.
Your Honors, that doesn't seem. I'm attempting to establish Orgel's exemplary record in his duties.
I think he should be allowed to speak to his service under Prax, but should be brief in any mentions of Prax. When I was
Overruled.
Ensign, you may continue.
May I hear the question again?
Thank you.
During the entire time that you were con officer under Captain Prax, did she ever malign your capabilities as a con officer? Did she ever call them into question?
No, I don't recall any questioning of my abilities, and I received good performance reports while she was in command of the expedition.
And under Captain Morgan, would you say the same?
My performance reports did deteriorate to some degree. Although I rarely found myself in open conflict with the captain.
Understood. Could you please describe the events that day leading up to the incident from your perspective?
Yes, I was the on-watch con officer, and we were preparing for our entrance into the eddy field. While I was, of course, mostly focused on manning my station, I did overhear the discussions of both the captain with the chief science officer and the chief, the first officer, as they were the personnel most concerned with getting the ship into the eddy field.
I'm sorry, real quick. I may have lost connection. Who were the officers for the eddy field?
The chief science officer and the first officer.
Understood. Could you continue describing the events of the day in question?
Well, I overheard the chief science officer recommending to the captain that we enter the eddy field at quarter impulse, so as that would give us the most time for the sensors to register and establish the direction of any subspace eddies before we would be potentially caught in one. However, the captain was concerned with meeting or exceeding the schedule set out by Starfleet Command. He then overruled this and ordered full impulse. The first officer objected to this and reinforced the chief science officer's recommendation that we proceed with quarter impulse. However, when the captain again ordered full impulse, the first officer and chief science officer did not protest further. I then carried out the order of full impulse on the course that had been set for the survey.
In your estimation, was it appropriate for this chief science officer and the XO to lodge their recommendations, and when overruled by the captain, go with his orders afterwards?
Well, previously, under the command of Captain Prax, I've heard at many points senior members of the bridge crew make a recommendation to the captain that was not followed. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary in regard to the decorum of the officers involved.
Understood. So, what happened further? The captain gave the order for full impulse, and you followed the order?
Yes, we entered the subspace eddy at the agreed-upon course, but at faster than standard speed for such a survey. We continued along without any trouble, and were able to dodge eddies until one came up on us too fast. By the time that the sensors picked it up, it was too late, and we had entered it and were unable to escape under our own power. This is where the ship began to take extensive damage.
Would you say it's reasonable to assume that the rest of the bridge crew was aware of the danger of entering this field?
I do believe so. Yes, as a con officer, I am aware of the dangers of such subspace anomalies as its standard subject at Starfleet Academy.
You say that it's a standard subject at Starfleet Academy. So it's common for the Academy to provide training on situations like this.
Well, that's certainly the case for con officers. I can't speak directly to other officer training tracks, but spatial, and at least on their most basic level, all Starfleet officers should have some degree of knowledge regarding those standard spatial anomalies such as subspace eddies and the dangers that they can pose to starships.
So in your estimation, Ensign, was the expedition proceeding too quickly into a field given your experience navigating the ship for 3 years?
I do believe so, yes. Again, the science officer and first officer recommended a lower speed, which was in line with Starfleet standard procedures. As a con officer, procedures are very important, and the procedures are established for a reason.
So Captain Morgan's orders violated standard Starfleet procedure that you're aware of, being a con officer, very familiar with. And it also violated best practice as taught to con officers in the Academy.
To the best of my knowledge, although captains are, should the situation permit, allowed to make decisions outside of Starfleet standard procedure if they believe it necessary.
Of course. And we're only asking for your take on it, of course. So did you feel that the ship was threatened by the rate of speed that the captain ordered moving into the field?
I was concerned, but I certainly wasn't expecting to hit a subspace eddy so large. The Expedition, of course, was a very well-equipped ship and should have been able to handle a smaller anomaly. As soon as we hit the eddy, I realized how severe the situation was.
And I'm to understand, based on reports, that at this time you sustained an injury. You were rendered unconscious. Is that correct?
The console in front of me overloaded and I was shocked. Fortunately, my injuries were not too severe and I was able to be brought to a escape pod.
It's good to hear. So, based on the testimony of Lieutenant Nadan, we're taken to understand that the captain himself took over control of Khan and attempted to fully reverse the ship out of the eddy. Is this something that you would have done had you been in control of your console?
Well, as a con officer, I would have followed the orders of whoever was conning the bridge. Although, and I, having been unconscious at that time, I am unsure of entirely of what the situation was that unfolded afterward. However, it is extremely difficult to escape from such an eddy using
Your Honor.
impulse power.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. The witness was not in a position to comment on what happened after he was rendered unconscious due to an injury in the line of duty.
And also speculating on events and said they were not conscious for.
Understood. Witness, could you please confine your testimony to the questions at hand? I'll repeat the question. Given the same circumstances, would you have chosen a full reverse, given your expertise and your knowledge of the situation?
To clarify the question, is this in terms of...
Sustained. Question calls for the witness to speculate on what he might have done under an entirely different circumstance which never happened.
I'll lean over to Haggard and, outside of the range of the mic and say he is an expert on starship maneuvers.
Done. And I'll cover the mic and go, agreed, but none of us can with any truth answer what we would have done when in a situation where we weren't. Who knows how any one person, even yourself, will react. You can't answer that with any veracity.
This is why we do the Kobayashi Maru, to find out how people would react in perilous situations. You can't
We should
think
allow
ahead and speculate on that until you're in the situation.
He should be able to speculate as an expert, not on what he would do, but on what the right course of action would have been. So we should allow for a rephrase.
Yeah. Very well. Agreed. Elaine, uncover the mic. Witness is instructed not to answer the question as phrase. Counsel for the prosecution may rephrase the question, bearing in mind that the witness is accepted as an expert in con operations, but that no SOFONT can answer with any certainty as to how they would react in a hypothetical situation.
Understood. Thank you, Your Honors. Ensign, in your best judgments, based on your years of experience and your training at the academy, would the actions that Captain Morgan took at the con controls that day be what you yourself would recommend a con officer to do in that situation?
Due to my unconscious state, I was unaware of the control inputs to which the captain made to the con station.
Well, given Lieutenant Nadan's testimony, we're taken to understand that the captain ordered, well, he gave the commands through the con console for a full reverse of the ship out of the eddy, essentially pulling it away from the gravitational field. So, with that given, based on your expertise, is that what an experienced con officer would have recommended to be done in that situation?
Well, on account of the size of the anomaly, before I was rendered unconscious, I believe it would have been extremely difficult or impossible for the engines to have been able to get us out of there.
All right, thank you very much, Ensign. I appreciate your answering the questions thoroughly and honestly. No further questions, Your Honors.
Captain Prax, your witness.
Ensign, was that your first time in that particular region or a similar region of that space conducting survey of the area?
It was the expedition's first time conducting operations in the Ebon Expanse.
Are you sure about that, Ensign?
Out of character, did we? I don't ever remember hearing about that before that episode.
I was about to say objection, asked and answered.
Sorry, I was typing a question to the GM. What was the exchange there?
I asked if that was the first time that they were in that region conducting the survey, or have they been working in that area for a while?
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Okay.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, if we need to retcon that, objection withdrawn.
To clarify, the expedition had been operating in the Ebon Expanse for that time, but this particular mission was the first time the expedition had conducted operations in the Ebon Expanse.
So to clarify, you went into the Ebon Expanse itself?
That is correct.
On the outer portion of the Ebon Expanse, were you encountering any gravimetric eddies or subspace disturbances in the region that you would already be aware of?
Out of character objection, but this happened off screen, so I have no idea. That was during the time jump.
The GM would have to tell you that answer.
Yeah.
What's the query?
Did they encounter any of the gravimetric eddies or subspace disturbances prior to them when they entered the Ebon Expanse?
Not until they got on screen. Prior to that, they're just reports.
No, that was our first encounter with subspace eddies.
Was this your first time encountering any subspace eddies?
It was the first time that we had passed through any. Yes.
At the academy, you spoke about training at the academy on how to handle situations like this. Could you elaborate on that sort of training?
Well, first and foremost, we are trained to action quickly on the orders of the officer in charge. They're the ones who will make the decision what control inputs should be made more broadly. As con officers, we are trained to execute these orders quickly and to interpret the captain's orders in such a way that the ship will maneuver how they so desire.
And before you unfortunate accident on the bridge when your console exploded, you didn't think twice to question Captain Morgan's orders about a full reverse.
Well, I am as an ensign con officer, I'm one of the lowest ranking members of the bridge crew. If objections were to be made, usually they're to be made by senior bridge staff. I defaulted to my training as a con officer at the academy and followed the orders of the officer in charge of the bridge as best I could.
Is it not duty of the flight controller's job currently operating at the helm station to give suggestions to the commanding officer?
To clarify, while we are trained on the dangers of subspace eddies, we are not the experts. Expertise would generally lie with the chief science officer, and
Ensign,
matters of the ship's engines with chief engineer.
Ensign, I'm going to stop you there. That is not the question I asked. Is it not...
Jackson.
I'm clarifying for the witness here on asking about his job. If I could rephrase the question for him, if that would please the court.
My objection, Your Honors, was concerning the defense cutting off the witness and not allowing him to fully answer the question.
He wasn't answering my question.
Your Honors, he was answering the question to the best of his ability, which
Haggard
included...
to get a control on this.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's a defense's witness, but they should be instructed not to badger.
Objection overruled. Defense is reminded not to badger the witness. The witness is not considered hostile. Please rephrase your question.
Ensign, I will repeat the question for you. Is it not the duty of the current con officer who is in charge at the helm to give their opinion on the current status of the ship and the course that they're currently directing, to inform the captain and other command staff of potential hazards that may prop up on their screen?
I shall endeavor to phrase my response more concisely, as I believe I would have answered it last time. It is indeed the duty of the con officer to provide the officer in charge of the bridge with any information they have that is relevant. I did not have any information that the captain did not have that had not been provided by the chief science officer or first officer, and therefore it would have caused unnecessary noise and chaos on the bridge for me to have piped in.
So at the time, you're saying there was too much confusion on the bridge by other officers speaking.
Objection.
I'm asking
Sustained.
Well, you need wait. We need y'all to like say the actual objection and not just say
Gotcha.
objection.
Yeah.
We just got
That's-
Phoenix Wright going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Your Honors, my objection, I guess you could say leading the witness, essentially putting words in the witness's mouth. That's not what the witness said.
Sustained.
Ensign, at any point while you were service on board at the con, during the time in question, did you feel that you could or could not give your opinion at the helm and the current status of it?
If I felt I had something valuable to say, I would say it to anyone, but it would be untruthful to say that I wouldn't be more hesitant to speak up under Captain Morgan than under previous officers under which I have served.
Sorry, can you restate that for me? I didn't hear all of it. That's
Okay, yeah, no
that's not
problem.
like a fault. That's no.
What was the question again, just to make sure I actually worded
How
it
far
well?
do we need to go back?
Yeah,
The question is,
make sure I actually
any
answered it
time
well.
were you essentially not? Do you feel that you were not allowed to speak your opinion on the matters concerning your station?
Right. Well. Yep. Got it. As a con officer, if I had information that I believe to be critical, I would speak up as necessary. Although it would be untruthful for me to say that I wouldn't be more hesitant to speak up to Captain Morgan than perhaps to previous officers that I have served under.
And at any point while you're on the bridge at the time, did you feel as if scratch that? At any time while you were on the bridge, did you feel any hostility towards yourself or to any other member of the crew?
Well, whenever we ran drills and failed to meet Captain Morgan's personal standard, he made a point to dress us down on the bridge. And I think anyone could tell that the captain and the first officer were not friends.
Could you clarify on that?
Simply the way they spoke to each other, there was an air of hostility between them, and when things went wrong, you could see the captain head for the first officer immediately.
In your expert opinion, you feel that traveling at 1/4 impulse, you would have been able to dodge, or well, successfully evade the gravimetric eddy.
I cannot give a definitive answer, but I can say that it certainly would have improved our chances greatly.
So it is possible, even traveling at 1/4 impulse, that the expedition could have still been caught in the gravimetric eddy.
It is possible, yes, but of course risk can only be mitigated and not eliminated in space travel.
Thank you, Ensign. I have no further questions.
Point of clarification, Ensign. When the ship was programmed to full reverse at full impulse, at that point you were unconscious, correct? You were struck shortly, almost immediately after the expedition encountered the eddy in question, correct?
Shortly after, although the time between the expedition hitting the eddy and being destroyed was very minimal, the captain very quickly gave the order for a full reverse, but I understand that he attempted to reroute power to the engines afterward.
So
it was not while I was conscious.
But you were conscious for the first order of for full reverse.
That is correct.
Thank you, Ensign. Just trying to get the timeline straight in my head. I'd look to Elder and Shizeldon, see if they have anything. There's nothing.
No.
No further questions?
There's nothing further. The witness may step down.
Your Honor, may I approach the bench?
Counsels may approach. We'll toggle off the mics.
Your Honor, I wish to make entry of certain logs from the USS Quasar and add Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel to the witness stand on a rescue mission that she conducted within the, or close to where the expedition was operating at.
This is what do you hope to show?
And why do you
The
want to bring this witness and this evidence in at this point during the prosecution's presentation of their case rather than waiting for your own presentation of the defense's case?
I wish to establish while it's fresh within the court's minds, that the USS Expedition is not the only ship that has succumbed to unfortunate accidents within the area surrounding the Ebon Expanse. The USS Quasar suffered similar damage and was nearly destroyed.
I don't see any reason not to allow this, but you'll have to wait till it is your turn.
Agreed. I don't see anything so urgent in this evidence that it requires disrupting the normal proceedings of the court.
Understood.
Turn back on. You may call your next witness, Captain DeGrasse.
Looks like Commander Casey's out, so the prosecution would like to call Dr. Pearson, Chief Medical Officer of the...
Wait,
Why is Commander Casey out?
He had to go
Yeah.
Be right back.
Be right back.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I was about
Yeah,
to say,
like,
he's
literally,
like the
yeah.
most important witness.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So for the time being, Dr. Pearson, Chief Medical Officer of the USS Expedition.
And the doctor will approach the stand.
The bailiff will walk up with his pad and instruct you to put your hand on it.
And the doctor will.
Please raise your right hand.
Pearson will.
Do you promise to swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Of course.
Bailiff will step back.
Dr. Pearson, how long were you Chief Medical Officer of the USS Expedition?
Oh, good grief. Out of character, Prax, you would know. Okay. Approximately a year and a half.
And how long has your career in Starfleet been?
Approximately 15, 16 years.
And is this the first time that you've served aboard ship in your career?
No, not the first time.
So, would it be safe for me to say? That you've had to use your medical training in dangerous circumstances or emergency circumstances before this event?
Yes, it would be proper for that to be said.
And have you ever faced any disciplinary action or any review that resulted in consequences as a result of your actions taken during any emergency situations you've encountered in your career?
Once, but I do not believe that incident would apply in this case.
Could you elaborate?
The death of a foreign ambassador that I was operating on, in which was held a disciplinary hearing.
And the results of the disciplinary hearing?
Reduction in rank and stationed to a ESD for a time.
Understood. And how long ago was that?
The change in station, approximately 3 years, maybe 4.
And you were returned to active duty?
Yes. I was never officially relieved from active duty, but I returned to service aboard a starship.
Understood. And you were placed aboard the USS Expedition. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't want to speculate. I wanted to ask that. So, since you were placed aboard the expedition, have you encountered any disciplinary situations?
No.
Anything that you were disciplined for?
No. Nothing that would result in any disciplinary action.
Understood. And from what I can tell from reports and reviews, it looks like during this time aboard the expedition, commanding officers had nothing but good things to say about your service record. So, leading into the events in question, could you tell me from your perspective the events of the day?
I was in sick bay at the time. We had approximately 11 patients in sick bay. The room began to shake. The red alert klaxon sounded. Several patients were knocked from their bed, requiring immediate attention, to which I ministered immediate aid. And by that time, the evacuation order was called.
Thank you. And so what did you do after the evacuation order was called?
We immediately rushed to escape pods and jettisoned from the expedition. Within the last batch of escape pods that left from the expedition, which shortly thereafter exploded and landed aboard a frozen Class M planet where the temperatures were approximately minus 50 degrees before wind chill.
Understood. So you were not yourself a direct witness to the events on the bridge?
That is correct.
So taking a step back, as the chief medical officer, you're ultimately responsible for the mental and physical health of all personnel aboard the ship. Is that correct?
That is correct, as I was also serving as the head of the counseling department as well.
And you conducted
We had no stationed counselor on board.
Understood. And you conducted regular reviews of, I'm assuming, the command staff aboard the USS Expedition, both physical and mental reviews for their health.
I did.
Including Captain Morgan.
I only got the chance to perform a full evaluation on Captain Morgan once, and that was after his appointment to the captaincy aboard.
So I'm not going to ask you to speculate, and I'm not going to ask you for details on your patient to preserve confidentiality between doctor and patient. With that established, would you have any reason to call into question from a physical or mental standpoint, health standpoint, the ability of Captain Morgan to make decisions from a command position?
From a mental and physical point up to the destruction of the expedition, no. Of course, I cannot suppose as to his condition aboard bridge during the incident, as I was not present.
Understood. Prosecution was simply asking if there were any signs of mental or physical instability, any signs of mental illness, or anything else that would cause Chief Medical Officer to call into question the ability of the captain to make command decisions. So summing up, you would say that he was of sound mind during his command?
That is correct.
Did you see any signs of any undue influence on Captain Morgan's mental state at any point?
No, not upon Captain Morgan or other members of the crew.
Understood.
Objection. The witness was asked just to reflect Captain Morgan's mental state, not the rest of the crew.
Your Honors, I can head this off. That was actually my next question. Doctor, pivoting to the health of the crew, could you give me a picture of the average mental health of the crew under the commands of Captain Azrael Prax.
The witness is reminded, as is the prosecutor, to tread very lightly when it comes to potential breaches of doctor-patient confidentiality within the Starfleet regulations and the regulations of Starfleet Medical.
To answer your question, Captain, under Captain Prax, the crew were in good spirits and both were in good spirits mentally and physically capable to conduct their duties.
Would you say that the crew experienced any signs of stress, elevated stress levels for a sustained period under Captain Prax's command?
Under Captain Prax, no. There was no signs of any elevated stress levels. If there were, they were short and sporadic. They were not constant and prolonging.
Objection. Your Honor, I was asked to the court for leniency on comparison between myself and the defendant.
I'll mute
Your Honors. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'll mute the mic and say to Haggard, we should draw a clear line not to speak to Prax's mental state.
Where are you going with this, Captain DeGrasse?
Your Honors, I'm attempting to establish that the mental and physical health of the crew took a downward turn under Captain Morgan's leadership compared to Captain Prax's leadership.
Perhaps
Instruct him to tread lightly.
Yeah, and perhaps we can head this off at the pass. Tread lightly. For now, objection overruled. But proceed carefully, Counselor.
Thank you, Your Honors. Dr. Pearson, would you characterize the state of the expedition crew's mental and physical health to be the same under Captain Morgan as it was under Captain Prax's command?
Absolutely not.
In what way?
The morale of the crew under Captain Morgan.
The prosecution's leading the witness.
Sustained.
Allow me to rephrase the question.
Continue.
Thank you. Doctor, according to the reports and the logs entered into evidence, the reports and the logs state that the crew experienced elevated levels of stress, mental illness, physical illness, fights, even breaking out among crew members. Would you say that this state of affairs is unusual under or on a Starfleet vessel?
It would be very unusual aboard a Starfleet vessel, as most captains take an interest into the state of their crew.
Understood, Doctor. Could you please, actually, let me flip. In your estimation, in your opinion, given the events that you saw during Captain Morgan's commands, would you say, let me rephrase, in your estimation, would Captain Morgan's command style have had the potential to unduly impact the mental health of the crew?
Yes, it would. The best example that I can give as such an instant is having a heated discussion with the late Chief of Engineering in the med bay about the medical having relieved 14 officers of engineering at the time for stress-related illnesses.
So, just to establish, you would have considered this state of affairs to be medically unusual. Is that correct?
Yes, unusual, as...
Yeah, objection, Your Honor, that's a leading question. The prosecution is leading the witness into a narrative.
Sustained.
I feel like I'm fighting two defense attorneys here.
I apologize. It takes a while for the mute button to unmute myself, so.
So, Doctor. Oh no, Quinix, you're good. Let's see here. So, Doctor, after the events in question, you had mentioned that you had taken to an escape pod and evacuated to a nearby planet with hostile environmental conditions.
Yes.
And from the crew logs, it appears that at that time you had evaluated Captain Morgan's injuries that he sustained on the bridge.
Yes, that was the first opportunity that I got to evaluate his injuries at the time.
And what was your evaluation of those injuries?
His injuries at the time consisted of both legs broken, a dislocated hip, internal bleeding from a ruptured spleen, 3 or 4 broken ribs, and as I did not have the proper equipment at the time, it was a possibility of a concussion.
And tell me more about the events on the planets, specifically related to your interactions with Captain Morgan.
Of course, based upon his injuries, I enacted Starfleet Regulation 121, subsection A, which allows the medical officer to relieve the captain of duty under medical reasons. His exact retort upon being confronted with me enacting this was to, and I quote, say, "You do not have the authority to relieve me of command. You take orders from me, not me from you." After which, due to Starfleet regulations having been enacted, I administered a hypo spray, rendering him unconscious.
And would you say that you were familiar with Starfleet Regulation 121, Section A, as a result of your medical training in the Academy?
Yes. Yes, very familiar.
And so, in your estimation, when a doctor cites that regulation to then take command power away from an acting commanding officer, should that be the end of it?
That is the end of it. After that Starfleet regulation has been enacted, the doctor has already relieved the captain of command due to medical injuries.
Understood. And were there witnesses at this event?
There were. It was Lieutenant Coda and Commander Casey.
Understood.
That's correct. Also, Lieutenant Nadan. My apologies.
Understood. And to summarize, to make sure that we have the facts clear, in your medical estimation, Captain Morgan was of sound mind, of sound body, prior to the events leading up to the incident in question.
Yes.
And he was combative to you when Starfleet Regulation 121 Section A was enacted by you.
He was combative and did not adhere to Starfleet regulations both in word and in action, as he physically resisted me administering the hypo spray.
Understood. I believe that's all the questions that I have for this witness.
Point of clarification, Doctor. You did not have the opportunity to examine Captain Morgan until on the planet's surface, and it was at that point in time that you enacted Starfleet Regulation 121, not at any time before, correct?
That is correct, Admiral.
Thank you, Doctor. Your witness, Captain Prex.
Doctor, on stardate 57027.8, could you recount a issue you had in Starfleet or inside your sickbay regarding a group of engineers that were supposedly relieved of duty due to stress-related illness?
Of course. They entered sickbay at the time, seeking medical attention for headaches, stims to keep them going, other things to enable them to continue doing their duties while physically and mentally exhausted. And in order to maintain the safety of the crew and themselves, I was forced to temporarily relieve them of duty in order for them to get proper rest and mental refreshment.
Was this a growing trend on board the ship?
It was a growing trend aboard ship.
And do you know the reason why it was a growing trend on the ship?
All that I know for a fact was that people were working themselves to exhaustion and coming to obtain medical ability to continue, which I could not in good conscience give, as it would be detrimental to their health.
Did you confront the captain at any point in time about
The
this
captain-
issue? Did you discuss this with Captain Morgan about this issue, about the ongoing problems with the crew and their level of exhaustion?
Well, I did not confront the captain. I confronted the chief of engineering, as it was their department.
So the problem with the exhaustion was with the engineering department, not any other department?
That was where the problem originated from. I had several scientists that had shown signs, as well as some security officers that had shown signs of mental fatigue that were relieved, but the 14 at one time was from engineering.
Are you aware of any ongoing engineering issues that would result in potentially the extra workload placed upon the engineering department for the need for medical stems and the extra duty shifts?
I am not physically aware of any problems that would cause this, and was not informed of any.
Real quick question, out of character. Was that established in evidence?
Believe so.
Yes, in the
Gotcha.
reports.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, DeGrasse won't say anything.
Can you go into, on your time on the planet, when you relieved Captain Morgan of his command, did you relieve him of command based on his physical ability to command or his mental ability to command?
At the time, I deemed it to be both. His physical ability, as he was hemorrhaging internally, meant that prolonged action would result in a quicker death. And as he was not... Sorry.
The finish.
And as he was my patient at the time, any activity on his part would have made it nearly impossible to save his life.
On what grounds did you find that Captain Morgan was incompetent mentally to lead the survivors of the expedition on the planet?
As I said, I deemed him with, at the time, a possible concussion, which means that his mental acuity would have been...
Yet you saw fit to sedate Captain Morgan via hypospray, which, as you are aware, anyone going into an unconscious state who may potentially have a concussion may result in complications.
As I was saying, Captain, his mental acuity was compromised in my best judgment. Therefore, his command decisions...
Did you observe a change in command decisions and his ability to lead? Approximately how long, Doctor, did you observe Captain Morgan and ascertain his ability to lead the expedition crew?
Your Honor, I would exercise my Federation right to refuse to answer this question.
Real quick, out of character, could you restate the question for me?
I asked the doctor...
Not in character.
Okay, not in character, but I asked the doctor whether or not how long he had to properly observe and acute, the ability for Captain Morgan not to be unable fit for command mentally.
Okay.
All right, and I'm confused. I'm sure he has the right. I guess this is like in character to Haggard, but like he has the right not to self-incriminate. He doesn't have the right to refuse questions, though. So unless this would only be, he'd only be able to do this if he thought something here was incriminating him.
Correct. That's how I understand it as well. And if that was the case, he should have been claiming it from the very beginning rather than...
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should instruct the witness to answer.
Right. Doctor, is it... are you invoking the... And they actually name it in the Drumhead episode, the fifth guarantee against self-incrimination?
No, I am enacting the Federation right of doctor-patient confidentiality.
Your Honor, Captain Felix Morgan's character is on trial here.
His
mental state and acuity is in question here.
I'll lean over to Haggard and say, like, if this is the prosecution asking, they have the witnesses, they have the patient's approval, which means Dr. Patient is invalid. Like, this is the patient asking this question.
That's a fair point. Captain Morgan.
Sir.
Do you waive doctor-patient confidentiality in this instance to allow Dr. Pearson to answer this question?
Of course, sir. I am interested to hear this as well.
Doctor, in light also of you having invoked Starfleet Regulation 121, you are required to justify the invocation of such a serious action. You will answer the question, please.
Of course, Admiral.
I think it would help all of us out of character if you re-ask the question, Prax.
Doctor, on what grounds did you deem Captain Felix Morgan mentally unstable and unable to perform his duties as commanding officer?
The possibility of a traumatic brain injury, also known as a concussion.
Right. We've already established that, Doctor. However, you chose to sedate him.
Yes.
Would you not wish to keep the patient awake?
Objection, Your Honor. The defense is questioning the doctor's medical opinion from a point of non-expertise.
I can gather appropriate expertise, witness, if as
Yeah,
I think
I'd
that's
say
more along
Haggard.
the lines of. Haggard leans back to the other two and says, "I think this is more along the lines of professional opinion, wouldn't you? I mean, what do you do in the case of a concussion? He's a doctor; he should be able to answer that."
Your Honors.
Out of character, this is the way I would say. Like, I want to try to convey this in character, but I'm not quite sure how to say it. But like, we should take his medical opinion seriously. So if he, I don't know, maybe the Vogel can give him some role or something, and if he could, like through that role explain why he made that decision, then this should be fine. But I think we're kind of getting into a position where the player may not be able to explain what the character knows, because his character probably does know why he did that, but the player may not be able to go through the medical jargon to explain it. So
I can explain it. However, a role would be beneficial as to how well the character can explain it to the court.
yeah, I just don't want to get into a situation where it's the player's inability to do like medical
Right.
jargon that's causing the issue.
So, what is the question we're trying to get answered here?
Well, we're all hung up on the fact that, generally you don't want somebody with a possible concussion to go unconscious. But the doctor sedated him and put him unconscious. Now,
Right.
I think we're all kind of approaching this from a,
So what I'll say is I'll assume I'm going to make an assumption here that 24th century medicine, there's a hypo spray for that to relieve pressure on the brain. And I would even go as far as to say, if everyone agrees, that is probably included in the standard kit.
Yeah, I think that would be something.
I think that's fair.
Yeah,
I think that's fair.
So what I thought, I thought we all answered. I thought those were answered. I thought the one that was hung up that we were originally asking, Prax asked, was basically how long did you examine the doctor, or how long did the doctor examine Morgan before declaring him unfit?
Yeah, that was the original question, I think.
That's where I thought we were
I
at.
had to backtrack. He asked me to backtrack, so I backtracked.
Okay.
So can we kind of pick up from a place of saying that the doctor has just explained to us all his medical reasoning, and that it
and we've all gone, oh,
yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Doctor, approximately how long did you have to ascertain that Captain Felix Morgan was unfit for command?
The exact amount of time that it took to run a medical tricorder scan of his injuries that he sustained. Approximately 30 to 45 seconds, which is all that is needed.
That's awful quick, Doctor, but I will ask, at any point did you deem the captain able to fit for command again on your time on the surface of the planet? I'm assuming, according to your own reports, that you were able to stabilize him and be able to at least get him comfortable.
While I was able to stabilize him, I was not able to fully heal his injuries. as that required the use of a medical facility.
Does that include any pressure to the brain or otherwise would be concussed for his potential concussion that he had?
It would include that, as a proper investigation into that requires a cortical scan.
Did he display any behavior that would lead you to believe that he was overtly concussed and unable to make decisions after he awoke from his sedation?
After being put under sedation, I did not bring him out of sedation until after we were rescued by the Bayern.
Did Captain Morgan consent to any medical treatment?
As he is a member of Starfleet and at the time under my care and needing immediate attention, or result in his life being forfeit, I could not in good conscience do that. Or let that happen. Let me put it that way.
Doctor, you are aware that any Starfleet personnel does have the right to refuse medical treatment if they deem it's unfit for them.
While I am aware of that, it is also the Starfleet regulation that medical personnel assist any in need. And at the time, Captain Morgan was not in any state to refuse medical treatment.
Because he was rendered unconscious by you.
Objection, Your Honors.
Under what
This
grounds?
The nature of the objection.
Defense, please don't address me. I'm kidding. Sorry, I lost.
I'm
my
gonna
train of
make
thought.
the defense and prosecution kiss and make up if you don't take it back.
I take it back. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
The nature of the objection.
Yeah, the nature of the objection was out of scope for this trial. The doctor's medical qualifications and decision making is not the point of this trial.
Sustained. The doctor's credentials are not in question. You can rephrase.
Did Captain Felix Morgan refuse to be sedated?
Is someone muted?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase the answer to the question without sounding unprofessional. He While attempting to administer the hypospray, he physically prohibited the act. However, his injuries required that he be placed into sedation.
Under what grounds?
The fact that any activity would agitate his internal injuries, causing him to bleed out more rapidly.
Yet, judging from the logs, survivors from that escape pod and yours all headed to an ice cave, where at that point, even when Captain Morgan was sedated, you moved him.
Objection, Your Honors. I fail to see how this has any bearing on the trial at hand of Mr. Morgan. This seems to be turning into a trial of the doctor.
I am trying to ascertain if the doctor had ulterior motive and was biased against Captain Morgan.
Okay, how about this? The doctor will stand up from the witness stand and say, "Would you want a doctor operating you with shaky and cold hands?"
Oh, the order. Order.
Yes. Doctor, you will maintain proper decorum, or we will have you escorted to the brig by security. Am I clear?
Of course, Admiral.
Then sit down.
I mean, a little righteous indignation is always warranted in a...
Oh yeah, you gotta have it.
In a trial.
You know,
Yeah.
you know.
Doctor, if you could please answer the question.
I believe I already have, Captain.
I'll lean back to Haggard and say, at this point, we should probably find
Recess?
the doctor. Well, I was going to say find the doctor in contempt and move on.
Mm-hmm.
If he's not going to answer, he's not going to answer. We will use the tools we have and move on. So find him in contempt, have him removed, and we'll move on.
One more chance, Doctor. Captain Prax, will you please ask the witness your question one more time?
Dr. Pearson, you chose to sedate Captain Morgan on the grounds that he shouldn't be moving due to his injuries. Yet you elected to move him from the escape pod to the ice cave without treating him yet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yet in your own admission, you decided that he was unsafe to be moved to begin with.
Incorrect. I did not state that.
She looks to the recorder.
Yeah,
I do not believe he stated it. I do not believe Evie stated that.
No, he didn't. There's a difference between him moving and you moving him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that he had to. She had to sedate him because any activity on the captain's part would have exacerbated the internal hemorrhaging.
But if he's on a sled or something, that changes.
Right.
And also, it would have been prudent to move him in from the escape pod to someplace safer, because
guys are
exposure
doing-
is also dangerous.
Well, this is.
You
I
guys
think
are
this
doing
is
the
all-
doctor's job for him, just to let you know. So it's like he's supposed to answer this. No.
Yeah.
It's exactly where I was going to head, so.
Yeah. Well,
This
all
is
I'm
all out
saying
of character. All out of character.
Yep.
All I'm saying is what he said for the record was that he sedated him because the captain moving around and it was pretty clear the doctor was talking about like the captain himself moving would have exacerbated the internal bleeding. So he didn't actually say that moving him, period, was not. So that's what the recorder would read.
Thank you, recorder. At any point, Doctor, did you reevaluate the mental condition of Captain Felix Morgan?
I did not, as I did not have the proper equipment with which to do so.
Did he still show signs of being concussed?
I will say this, as I never brought him back from being sedated, the steady decline of his health was evident.
At any point did Captain Morgan wish to remain in the escape pod prior to his sedation?
While he expressed his wishes to do so.
Did he explain why?
Give me 1 second.
Whoever Lieutenant Michael Pearson is, they're really cut it out for.
It's the doctor.
It's the doctor.
Oh, okay. I was about to say they've had it out for Prax this whole time.
Oh, he's very visibly upset with me, so...
There is a reason for this.
He hates the fact I'm defending Morgan.
Not just that. Not just that.
I know. My line of questioning.
Not just that. He is aggravated with the fact that you, having been his former commanding officer, are asking questions that you know his answer to. Captain, with the injuries that Captain Morgan possessed, he required immediate medical attention, which was unable to be rendered in place. His sedation and subsequent moving were to facilitate him being attended to. While he expressed his wishes to do so, to remain in the escape pod, once he has become my patient, my goal is for him to survive, which takes precedence upon everything else, as it has since mentioned earlier, the former disciplinary hearing.
Doctor, I will rephrase the question. Captain Morgan, by your own admission, has stated that he refused treatment, at which point you chose to sedate him and became his patient. By your own admission, Captain Morgan wished to stay in the pod. At what point did you feel that you need to take Captain Morgan's rights away from him as an individual and as a Starfleet officer to do what you did, or do what you did?
I'm going to look to Admiral Haggard and go, Your Honor, I would request that the note taker read back my notification as to Captain Morgan's actions upon me checking on him. Is, if I recall correctly, I never stated he refused medical treatment. I said he refused sedation.
Doctor, isn't sedation medical treatment?
They are two different things, Admiral.
The defense would argue otherwise, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I can operate on a person with them being completely conscious, which is qualified as medical treatment.
I think this discussion is quickly becoming beyond the expertise of this court as to the fine line between what does and does not constitute medical treatment. Captain Prax, let's wrap up this line of questioning if we can.
Yes, Your Honor. Prior to the events that happened on the planet, Doctor, at any point did you feel that Captain Morgan's judgment was erratic or otherwise demeaning of a commanding officer?
Yes. I believe that is succinctly put in my debriefing to Commander Arif, which should be entered into the court's logs.
Doctor, your attitude is verging very close on contempt for this court.
But at no point, Doctor, you saw fit to relieve Captain Morgan of command.
Not prior to this incident, no.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Haggard looks to the guys, to the people on either side of him, as if to say, "Do you guys want to further open this barrel of worms?"
I do have one question. Doctor, you said that your conversations about crew morale were only with the chief engineering officer?
The effects of the stress-induced illnesses and the continuation of such strict scheduling. Is what I discussed with the former chief engineer.
The clarification is that conversation was only with the chief engineer. No other officers were present for that discussion.
That is correct.
Thank you. That's all.
I do have one question. How long were you stranded on this frozen M-class planet before, or you were able to be rescued?
GMs can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I believe it was 5 days.
It's either that or a couple weeks. I can't quite remember. I got to check logs.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else we need on that line, though. It's not relevant.
If there are no further questions, the witness may step down.
I do have a question. Just looking over the list of witnesses that are going to be presented. Does the defense have witnesses that the prosecution is not already going to call?
Potentially.
Okay.
Call your next witness, Captain DeGrasse.
The prosecution calls Coda, security officer, at the time on the expedition.
So since we're running a little, it's already 10 o'clock. Is there anything that we could ask Coda that isn't already said? Just because we're getting to support characters here.
Gotcha. Yeah, the prosecutor was going to ask about the state of essentially crew morale, fights aboard the ship, and then Morgan's temperament and command style.
I think we covered all that.
That's established.
Yeah, gotcha. If we had a choice, like, we really want to hear from the
XO.
The XO. I don't know how many other player characters are left after the XO.
That's it.
I assume we have to hear from the captain as well.
He may choose not to.
I don't think he has that option in a court-martial. I think you do in a civilian trial, but not necessarily in a court-martial. I'm not sure, though.
I guess
in the Canadian court-martial, you can,
GMP
testify for yourself. But...
I mean, Kirk testified.
But Kirk, they didn't know if it was a good idea or not.
Nah, okay, true. Anyway, let's hear from Casey.
Yeah, is there any other questions you want to ask anyone else before we get to Casey? Because I think for Coda, we covered all that. We covered the crew fights with the doctor. We covered the command stuff with the Don. Was there any other thing on your list?
Yeah, so I had a Knight on my list, who was, I believe, chief of engineering.
No, she was ops, actually. She was on the bridge.
Okay. Chief of engineering.
Dead.
Okay, in that case, DeGrasse would call, I guess, whoever the second in charge of engineering was.
Dead. All of engineering was killed. Sorry.
Makes it
we'll
difficult.
take the ops officer.
So I meant how I can't when he should.
Yep. Yeah, that's why I gave you the engineering report, because there are no engineers left alive on the ship.
Okay. Yeah, this is going to be hard. DeGrasse's thrust with this was basically to show that Morgan's command style and riding the crew so hard needlessly endangered the structure of the ship.
Yeah, I don't think we're invalidating like the witnesses. It's just a matter of like us personally having the time to hear from all the supporting
Yeah.
characters.
No. I'm just saying that would
Yeah,
be his intention.
I think you could ask a lot of this with Casey, though. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything like we're missing for the time crunch.
Gotcha.
I think a lot of that you can ask Casey.
Gotcha. Yeah, in that case, prosecution calls Commander Casey.
All the
bailiff
judges lean forward.
the bailiff would hold up the pad for Casey and instruct him to put his arm on it, or his left hand on it.
He'll put his hand on it and raise his right arm.
Commander Arnold Casey, confirmed. Commander, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The bailiff will step back.
Commander Casey, start this off. Could you please state any disciplinary actions taken against you for lack of judgment or ability to conduct your duties?
I have received no formal reprimands since my first 3 years in Starfleet.
And was the expedition the first ship posting that you've ever had?
Negative. It was the third.
Understood. What were the other two ships that you served on?
USS Resolute and USS Ibex.
Throughout your tenure on the ships that you've served on, could you please state your perception of the command style of the captains that you served under?
Well, I've served under quite a number, but most directly I served under Captain Prax and Captain Hammond of the Ibex. I feel as though both captains worked very hard to mentor me into the officer that I am today.
Understood.
I think both of them were very much concerned with the well-being of their crew and the advancement of their subordinate officers.
Could you please describe the state of the ship under the command of Captain Morgan?
Yes, no doubt the ship was, at that point, some of my most trying months in Starfleet. The crew was in extremely poor morale, as the captain, in my opinion, drove the crew too hard. People were working double, occasionally even triple shifts, and were making mistakes that could be avoided. An additional factor, I don't believe that the captain and myself ever developed the rapport that a captain and their first officer normally would have.
Understood. So in your estimation, well, let me phrase it this way. What was the physical state of the ship under Captain Morgan's command?
Well, as the evidence list should show, we did delay a resupply, although that was in part the instructions of Starfleet. It was also discovered during the investigation that, without my knowledge, extensive modifications were made to the EPS by the chief engineer, and she neglected her responsibility to report these changes to me so that I may report them to the captain.
You said that she neglected to state these to you.
That is correct. The reports that I received from engineering did not contain any mention of major modifications to the EPS system, only that repairs were being made.
And is it your understanding, according to the multiple logs that the court has reviewed, that it was routine for crew members to be working, he checks his notes, as many as 90 hours in a standard week?
I was aware that the crew were working extremely long hours. However, I was not aware that the engineering staff in particular had been put on such a high workload. Had I been aware, I would have lodged a complaint to the captain.
Understood, Commander Casey. You're not on trial here. So, summarize, since I was reading, you described the state of the morale aboard the expedition as rather low, and based on the reports that you had seen, the crew was working much longer than standard duty shifts. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that to be correct.
Okay. Did you communicate any of these concerns to Captain Morgan?
I routinely communicated concern over the condition of the crew to the captain. I felt that junior personnel were being placed in positions that they may not be ready for, and that they weren't receiving the proper mentoring and training that would be expected of someone to fulfill that role. There was a very high turnover of senior staff shortly after the arrival of the new captain, so I believe that to be a compounding factor.
And would you attribute this to Captain Morgan's command style? Or was it other factors?
Yes, I do believe it to be largely related to the captain's command style. Instead of mentoring and working to help his officers improve, he would dress them down in front of their subordinates. And I feel that this resulted in officers being afraid to speak up, being afraid to ask questions especially when they may not have the full training and experience required to fulfill their position, at least not without some help from more experienced officers above them. That, of course, is the mentorship that Starfleet training revolves around.
And would you say that based on your experience, let me rephrase, could we say that based on your experience, wait, let me rephrase. Oh my God, Quinix has gotten in my head about leading questions. Let me backtrack.
I don't feel like I'm being led. The questions seem open-ended, but
okay.
I
was
am not a
trying to do
lawyer.
it in such a way. Yeah, I was trying to do it in such a way as not to lead. Okay, trying to be. Okay.
Just ask it and let Prax figure out if she doesn't like it, and then we'll
Object.
figure out whether
Okay.
you are right or not.
Okay, I was about to say I was trying to be fair. Yeah, fuck it, I'll ask. Sorry, one F-bomb.
Still PG. 13.
So, Commander, would it be fair to say, in your experience, that that Captain Morgan's command style was rather different than what you had experienced in your prior postings?
Frankly, I object to the use of the word command style. Command implies leadership, and leadership begins with care for your subordinates. I believe that Captain Morgan would trample over however many subordinates he needed to if it meant that he got one more pip on his collar. He had no interest in the success of his crew, only in the success of his career.
And would you say, let me say it this way.
Objection, Your Honor. Witness statement is objective and biased.
Subject.
Yeah.
I'll look to Haggard.
Sustained. That's a bit too far into the realm of personal opinion there, Commander. Response will be stricken from the record.
Stricken, sir.
Commander, is it your understanding that a captain is responsible for what goes on aboard his ship?
Absolutely.
And it's his responsibility to have a thorough understanding of not only what's happening aboard his ship, but of the personnel and of the state of the ship.
Yes, everything on board the ship ultimately falls under the captain's purview.
And so, in your estimation, would it be fair to say that the state physically of the ship itself would be ultimately the responsibility of the captain, given your statement?
Yes, I believe so. The ultimate responsibility of a captain is the safety of the ship and crew.
Did Captain Morgan ever seek out status reports about the state of the ship from the relevant departments that you're aware of?
None that I am aware of. He requested no reports out of the ordinary from me, and I simply passed along reports as per my duties as executive officer.
Based on prior testimony that we've heard, I'd like to ask this question. Did Captain Morgan seem disinterested in the thoughts and the opinions of his crew?
I would say that, yes.
Was it routine for him not to take advice from his crew?
Yes, it was.
Did you judge this advice
Objection.
earnestly
Leading
given?
question.
I'm simply asking.
Sustained. Rephrase, counselor.
Of course. Did you witness the demeanor of the crew after the advice had been rejected by Captain Morgan?
Well, I think it is only normal to feel a bit defeated when the captain routinely dismisses your advice, even though it is your job to be an expert on those subjects.
All I need is a yes or no to this question. Did you yourself judge the advice given to Captain Morgan by members of the crew to be valid advice.
To clarify the question, the advice in which context? To the events of the bridge?
No, in general, prior to the events.
I do believe that it is a captain's prerogative to disregard advice if they deem it necessary, but when there is a pattern of the advice being dismissed, as I believe existed on the expedition, it does result in a worse crew morale, as they feel that the captain is not interested in what their thoughts are.
Understood. Could you briefly describe the events of the day in question?
Yes, much of it has been established by Science Officer Nadan. We were ordered by Starfleet to undergo a survey of the subspace eddies in the Ebon Expanse. We'd been preparing for this mission. As we approached the eddy field, we conducted our initial scans, and Chief Science Officer Nadan recommended, based on her best information, that we enter the eddy field at a speed of 1/4 impulse so as to give us the most amount of time to react to any eddies that may appear. The captain chose to disregard this advice and ordered full impulse. At this point, I noted to the captain as well that I supported the science officer's recommendation and believed it to be unsafe to proceed into the eddy field at such a speed when we had so little information on the anomalies within. He disregarded that advice as well and ordered Khan to proceed with full impulse. Upon entering the eddy field, we continued our survey until we felt a loud rumble, and there were some explosions across the ship and on the bridge. It was concluded that we had become trapped in an eddy. It was at this point that the captain ordered full reverse of the engines to try and dislodge us. Following this, the con officer, in another hit from the eddy, was incapacitated, and the captain personally took Khan and kept the engines at full reverse. It was at this point that Science Officer Nadan recommended that correction. It was at this point that the captain ordered Science Officer Nadan to reroute power from all systems to the engines to try and dislodge us. However, it was her recommendation that we maintain powers on the shields so that we may have the most amount of time to get escape pods jettisoned. Shortly after this was when the captain himself became incapacitated, when a very large beam fell from the ceiling and collapsed onto him. He was totally pinned and clearly very badly injured and very disoriented. It was at this point that I began issuing orders. At first, I retained his previous order of full reverse on the engines until I received reports from engineering that the warp core had gone critical. At this point, I ordered the ejection of the warp core and that all personnel should move to the saucer section and get into escape pods. So at that point, the ship began its evacuation. Myself and Ensign Coda went to free the captain. The only words that the captain spoke between his injury and us bringing him to the lifeboat was, "Casey, get me out of here." By the time that the time we freed the captain and got to the escape pods, there was less than a minute left until the warp core went critical.
Thank you, Commander Casey. I know that was likely very hard for you to recount. So during the course of these events, do you judge Captain Morgan to have been in sound mind at the time?
I do believe he was in sound mind, yes.
And he was fully in command of the bridge and the ship at this time? When the
Up
order
until
was given to proceed into the Eddy field?
Yes, that is correct.
And he was also fully in command of the ship when the order was given to reverse after the ship was caught in the eddy?
Yes, this is correct.
And at this time, would you consider Morgan to be fully informed of the dangers of proceeding into the eddy field?
Yes, those dangers had been made aware to him by Chief Science Officer Nadan, and she had also informed him that escape from the eddy was likely impossible, as the expedition would likely not be able to produce enough thrust without tearing the ship apart.
Later on the planets, I will be brief. What was your understanding of Captain Morgan's condition while on the planets?
For one, he blamed me for the destruction of the expedition, and he believed it to be suicide to exit the pod. I believed it best to conduct some reconnaissance, and while he did not condone it, he did not forbid me from leaving the escape pod. Myself and Lieutenant Nadan went out and found the nearest place which we believed to be suitable for shelter, and we rendezvoused with Chief Medical Officer Pearson.
On the planets, would you have considered there to be a clear and present danger to the crew's health and safety?
Well, there were a number. There was the horrible cold, which would have killed any of us very quickly. We were surviving initially only off the heating of our EV suits. Beyond that, there was the issue of food. We had only our emergency rations, and there was very minimal edible matter on the planet. And beyond that, as has been reported in the evidence, an unidentified species of scavengers was encountered who appeared to be carrying away crew members who were dying of the elements.
Objection, Your Honor. I would like to ascertain why what line of questioning the prosecution is going with this line of questioning.
I don't think you need to do that.
Sorry, objection. Like, where is this line of questioning going? It has no bearing on.
Oh, as relevance.
As
relevance is what.
Yes. Sorry, relevance. We're all tired. I'm trying my best here.
Yeah, all you needed to say was relevance. Hagrid.
I tend to agree, Captain DeGrasse. the events on the planet below are not the primary concern of this proceeding.
Understood. I was simply trying to further outline Captain Morgan's decision-making ability. But I'll stick to the events of the incident in question. Casey, to backtrack. Commander Casey, I'm sorry. Does demanding the impossible of a crew necessarily make them better at their jobs?
Certainly not. Set a bar so high that no one can achieve it, and that will just lead to disappointment. Goals need to be achievable and measurable, so that people can see the progress that they're making.
Is it your estimation that Captain Morgan's command style, let me rephrase, how do I go in this direction? Okay. Commander Casey, on your time aboard the expedition when Captain Morgan was in charge for 9 months, did you encounter any personnel that were directly hostile to Captain Morgan?
Direct hostility? I wouldn't say directly to the captain. Of course, as I've mentioned before, myself and the captain had a, at best, cold relationship. But I do feel that there was significant tension among the crew between superiors and subordinates, as the captain was setting goals that could not be achieved.
Understood, Commander. I'm simply asking if you recall any incidents of direct hostility by the crew towards Captain Morgan.
I do not know.
You recall any instances where, during times of non-emergency, his orders were disregarded or disobeyed?
No, the crew always strove to follow his orders, regardless of any personal opinions.
Do you recall any instances in which the crew members' opinions of Captain Morgan, in your judgment, unduly influenced the carrying out of his orders?
I do not. And I shall say of this, of the expedition, those who lived and those who fell, I believe that no matter the circumstances, they always did their duty with the utmost respect and dignity, regardless of their own personal feelings.
So you do not recall any instance where any of the crew undermined Captain Morgan's authority?
No, I do not.
Prior to the events leading up to the incident?
None that I can recall.
So in your estimation, from what I can recall from your testimony, it would appear that the crew had a low opinion of the captain, that his command style led to personnel disruptions and ill feelings.
Objection,
Again,
Your Honor.
I'm just summarizing the witness's testimony.
The witness has already given his statement.
Yeah, you can't testify for the witness.
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. Commander Casey, in your judgments, did the ill feelings of the crew toward Captain Morgan or his command style lead to situation in which his authority was undermined or his orders were not followed?
Objection, Your Honor. I believe the witness has already asked that question, or answered that question.
Sustained.
In that case, no further questions.
Your witness, Captain Prax.
Before I get into this can of worms, I really got to take a leak, if that's okay. This
Short
one's going to be a while.
Court is recessed for 5 minutes.
I'll be right back.
I'll take advantage of that too.
Yeah, seems like good as time as any.
I need the break seed for all the viewers. That worked, I guess.
Yeah, we'll put it on the screen so they all know what we're watching. Should put in after these messages, we'll be right back screen.
Yeah, I have a break scene built into OBS, and it's just for this. And I think Ink works well to just have a 10-minute break, like 2 hours in, just so the players can get up and stretch and move around and go to the bathroom and stuff.
Yeah, my players have got good that when they're not in the scene to take a go be right back and whatnot.
Yep.
This episode of Star Trek Expedition is brought to you by Ted Fleet.
After these messages, we'll be right back.
The issue is with this one because it's so intriguing. No one is really getting up to take a break,
I'm thinking of turning in.
I kind of wish I could be more active, but I'm a judge. I'm just supposed to sit and listen. But there's so many times like I want more questions.
Yeah, Mendrock, I know this is normally around your cutoff, so if you have to call it a night, I'm sure a log will be up shortly after this.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to listen to the rest of this at some point. Thanks. Good luck.
See you next week.
Yeah, and that's really that's really the same. If anyone that's already testified, I do not think you'll be called back to the stand. So if you get sleepy and need to go, we understand. There's not going to be any reputation or anything for this one. So. Because I don't think there's too much more in this, but I do want to try to get this wrapped up tonight.
The defense has to call their witnesses.
I know. I was going to talk to you that after this one to see if we need to.
Back.
But yeah, so I think DeGrasse is back. Casey's back. Is all the judiciary back?
Yep.
Yes.
Sound off if you're missing.
All right, we'll bring it back to the courtroom with Prax just being called in to cross-examine the witness.
Commander Casey, how long have you been first officer on board the Expedition?
About 9 months.
Is this your first time being first officer on board a starship?
Permanently, yes. I was briefly first officer of the Tiananmen.
And based on prior statements given, I do wish to clarify: you have been unaware that you were informed by the chief engineer of the expedition of any problems related to the engineering department. Is that correct?
I was never made aware of these issues.
And because of that, if there were any issues and you were not being made aware of it, you would not be able to inform the captain, correct?
That is correct.
During your testimony, to clarify, you gave the order to abandon ship. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was after Captain Morgan was pinned by structure support on the bridge.
Yes.
Did you, assuming during Captain Morgan's current state, he was not ready, he did not want to abandon ship, correct?
Incorrect. The only thing he said to me was, "Casey, get me out of here."
At which point, when you ordered the abandoned ship, you began to attempt to free Captain Morgan from the debris that currently had pinned him down. Did you do this alone, or did you have assistance?
I was assisted by Security Officer Coda.
At any point did any of the crew members express their opinions?
Not to my knowledge, and I would like to clarify. When I gave the order to abandon ship, there was just over a minute until the warp core was going critical. Very little occurred within that time frame, aside from us leaving the ship.
So at no point did Ensign Coda inform you that there was not enough time to free Captain Morgan and you should escape. The two of you should escape to escape pod, leaving him behind.
I cannot definitively answer that one way or the other. You would have to ask Ensign Coda. I was primarily focused at that time with simply getting the captain out from under the beam.
During the 9 months that you've served as first officer on the expedition, did you hold any disciplinary action with crew members on board the ship, per the captain's request or otherwise of your own doing?
There were disciplinary hearings. As first officer, I am privy to those proceedings, and their normal occurrence on a starship.
So nothing out of the ordinary.
Formally, no. Although the captain did informally dress down members of the crew. In terms of formal reprimand, it was by the books, by and large.
Your Honor, I would ask that the last part of the witness statement be stricken from the record. That was not the part of the question that I asked. That the information given could be viewed as more of a biased statement and of his personal feelings.
What do you think, Elder?
Yeah, I think we should strike it.
No. Agreed. Objection. The record will be stricken.
At this point, I have no further questions, Your Honor. The defense rests.
Questions for clarification, Commander Casey. You said that the warp core was ordered ejected. Was ejection successful?
So out of character, I rewatched that episode, and I'm not sure if that was established. So that's a GM question.
I have the answer for you if you need that.
I'm pretty sure it was not successful, if memory serves me correctly.
I think that's correct. I don't think it was successfully ejected because there wasn't time to manual eject.
It was not successful as the automatic ejection system was knocked out and the manual release valves were fused as reported to you by the engineering staff.
Yeah.
Okay.
That sounds right.
So the warp core was critical, and ejection, he'd been informed ejection was impossible.
Okay. Yeah, nobody had addressed that.
Actually, Your Honor, can I resume questioning the witness? I have a couple of questions that have come to mind.
I don't think so.
Yep, okay. Yeah, no, it's just something that slipped my mind and...
Oh, is Rit gone?
Well,
That's
I
fine.
think we've moved on.
I'll allow it.
Haggard? What do you think?
Well, you did rest your case,
Yeah.
Captain.
Arrested, so no.
Yeah.
Like,
Prosecution's fine with if the defense wants to.
Very well. It's irregular, but I guess I will allow it as a redirect.
I'll keep my question to one. Commander Casey, were you aware of a supply problem issue on board the Expedition? You were scheduled to do for a resupply roughly about a month and a half prior to your mission.
Yes, I believe that the details of that were discussed in the investigation. I was aware that the supply shipment had been delayed, but I was not aware of how poor condition the expedition supplies were.
And if you were aware of a supply issue, you would have informed the captain?
Yes, I would have.
Now I have no further questions.
Again, for clarification, to refresh my mind on the timeline, Commander, Captain Morgan took control of the con. He was injured by a support beam and associated debris. At which point you assumed command of the expedition?
Not formally, but I took charge of the bridge as the ship was very near destruction and someone needed control of the situation.
And Captain Morgan was conscious but not giving orders.
This is correct. Based on my limited medical expertise, he was quite disoriented.
But the only thing he said to you from the point the beam fell to when you got him to the escape pod was, "Casey, get me out of here." At no time did he issue any other orders.
That is correct.
Thank you, Commander. If there are no further questions, the witness may step down.
None from me.
No questions for me.
All right. Both parties having rested, it's time for final statements. We will begin with the prosecution.
Well, we get the
defense.
defense case.
Their whole
Oh.
case.
Yeah.
Well, she said she rested.
No, for questioning that witness in particular.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
she said the defense
We-
rested. Sorry, I was confused.
We've gotten through half of the case.
Yeah, no.
Yes,
It's
we're-
just because Prax said she rested. That was just
Yeah.
Sorry, we're all
No,
talking.
no.
Apologies.
It's fine. Yeah, completely understood. Strike that. Mr. Prosecutor, are there any further witnesses or evidence that you wish to introduce?
No, Your Honors. That is the conclusion.
Very well. Captain Prax, the defense may now present its case.
Your Honor, I would like to insert specific evidence into the record from the USS Quasar and Deep Space 17.
Does the prosecution object?
The prosecution has had a chance to review the evidence. We don't object.
Very well. Evidence is ordered to be entered.
The evidence shows two individual logs. One is an engineering report from the USS Quasar. The USS Quasar, during a mission event, suffered heavy damage due to intense strain placed on the vessel as they were caught in a gravimetric eddy, similar to the one that trapped the USS Expedition. The vessel was nearly destroyed, and fractures along the hull mirrored somewhat of what the USS Expedition concluded. It also knocked out EPS conduits on deck 6 due to an overload, damaging their deflector array. Luckily, the USS Quasar was saved by USS Sentry under the command of Lieutenant Sarah Vogel at that time. To go over this transaction, I would wish to call Lieutenant Commander Sarah Vogel to the witness stand.
I'll like lean over to Haggard. Is the witness going to present anything that's not in this log?
I'm kind of interested to see where she's going with this. It is pointing towards prior knowledge of the dangers of the region.
All right.
Proceed, Captain.
And Commander Vogel, kind of taken aback that she was called, will walk up to the stand, and we'll just say that she does all the things,
Right.
just for time's sake.
Does all the things, answers all the questions. All right.
Right. Done.
Lieutenant Commander Vogel, roughly about a couple weeks ago, you were assigned on a rescue mission to save the USS Quasar, which had launched a distress signal that had found itself trapped in a gravimetric eddy. Could you please describe to the court the series of events and what entailed when you took the Sentry and transversed near the Ebon Expanse to save the Quasar, please?
One sec, let me find my log. I need a quick refresher on that.
Post DS&E logs. And just scroll up a little bit.
Looking in the wrong place. Where the bloody hell is it? Sorry, Jim has a short memory.
Just scroll up a little bit. It's you posted on January 20th.
Why am I not seeing a January 20th? Is it post DS9?
Yes, post DS9 logs.
Ah. So many logs.
You don't have to go very far.
I got it.
Links in the chat.
Okay, what was the question?
Could you please describe the events that led up from your point of near contact to the USS Quasar and the rescue of the Quasar?
Well, as you say, we were sent out in order to find the Quasar that was reported as missing, having sent out a distress call. And so I took the Sentry out and piloted the ship to the last known coordinates of the Quasar. We did have to alter course while en route to avoid a subspace rift that formed in our path. But we're able to detect and we're able to plot a course around it. Were there more questions, or did mutes not happen?
When you found the USS Quasar, could you describe the state that the Quasar was in?
Yes. When we reached Hazar, we were able to hail the ship, and Lieutenant Commander Collins that informed us that they had run aground on the subspace anomaly and that they were anchored in place by subspace forces.
Was the Quasar able to maneuver out of the anomaly?
No, they were stuck in place.
But you did manage to. Sorry, I'll rephrase this because this will be a leading question. How did you, according to your log, the USS Quasar was freed? Can you elaborate how the Quasar was freed for the court?
Well, we ran several simulations aboard our ship as quickly as we could to determine the best course of action. And we determined that the best course here was to initiate a tachyon pulse from our deflector that would dissipate the anomaly and allow the Quasar to use its own engines to free itself.
Did you take any scans of the Quasar to ascertain its current state of damage prior to you freeing the Quasar from its near certain doom?
That is not in my log, so I have no idea. When we scanned it, we determined that the Quasar's power was starting to drain. So we were running on limited times before their shields ran out. And it was their shields that kept the anomaly from crushing the ship.
I'm gonna cut you there real quick because your character will know this. It wasn't the shields; they were doing a essentially a static warp bubble.
Oh, okay. We're using their powers to maintain a static warp bubble that prevented the anomaly from crushing the ship. Thank you.
Thank you for your statements, Lieutenant Commander. I have no further questions.
Your witness, Captain DeGrasse.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Lieutenant Commander Vogel. Yeah, I'm tired, so if I ask a question that's already been answered, call me out.
It's all good.
Yeah. Okay. So am I to understand correctly from your log? Oh, Prax, were you not done?
No, I was answering because what the doctor was saying in chat.
Oh, gotcha. Lieutenant Commander, so am I to understand from your log that, just reviewing very quickly to make sure I have the story clear, the quasar had hit a subspace eddy after proceeding full course impulse in getting caught in the eddy, and then you essentially had to rescue them. Is that correct?
I'm not sure at the speed at which they were traveling when they got caught, but we did have to go and get them.
Understood. I believe the log of a certain Lieutenant Commander Ava Collins did confirm that the ship was proceeding at full impulse power.
Objection, Your Honor, that the log doesn't state that. It states them trying to escape. Not with the speed they were traveling when they hit the gravimetric eddy.
Sorry, player tired. We're talking about the quasar.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it should
just-
be sustained.
Yeah,
Okay, so
sustained.
it's pulling out. Gotcha. Okay. Okay. Lieutenant Commander Vogel, I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, earlier in your testimony, you had said that the ship that you were on had successfully avoided one of these subspace eddies. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could you please either state for the courts or reiterate for the player character, or for the player, the events leading up to your avoidance of the subspace eddy?
We were traveling in low warp to the last known coordinates when our sensors detected a subspace rift forming. We were able to drop out of warp, scan where the anomaly was forming, and we were able to successfully navigate and plot a course around it.
Understood. And I'm sorry, what was your position on the ship at this time?
I was in command.
You were in command. After the ship dropped out of warp, how fast was it proceeding?
Maybe a quarter to half impulse until we successfully navigated around.
And may I ask why a quarter to a half impulse?
We wanted to maintain a proper distance away from the anomaly and ensure that it was not forming in our wake prior to resuming warp.
And was this on your own best judgments, or did you have any advice from your bridge crew?
I worked on the advice that I understand as being a science officer first, as well as recommendations from my helm officer.
Understood. So would you say that it was your determination that in this situation, caution, going at 1/4 to 1/2 impulse speed, allowed enough time to take the scans of the gravitational of the subspace eddy and allowed your ship to avoid that danger?
I would agree.
Let me rephrase that. In your estimate, had you ordered the ship to proceed at full impulse, could you have been certain that it could have avoided the subspace eddy?
Certain, no.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question as a player. Vogel keeps referring to this as a subspace rift. Is the anomaly she's talking about something different than the subspace eddy? Okay, I was making sure that wasn't just some player tiredness going on. That's out of character. Thank you.
So after successfully avoiding this subspace eddy, again, please remind me, you received a distress signal from the quasar?
It was the distress signal that we were responding to before we left Deep Space 17.
Understood. And it looks like from the log provided by David Collins.
I do, as a player, I do have to clarify something because I was misremembering. It was the disturbance that knocked us out of warp, not us detecting it.
Gotcha.
Like I said, I have short memory when it comes to episodes.
Short memory when it comes to what?
Comes to episodes. I've been doing this for 3 years, guys.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just reviewing the log.
Yeah. Like I said, as a player, I misremembered stuff.
So encountering the quasar, what did you see exactly? Could you describe the events that took place after you had visibility on the quasar?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. After you had encountered the quasar and you had visibility on it, could you then describe the events that took place?
Objection, Your Honor. The witness has already answered that question.
Player forgot.
Sustained.
So, yes. Carry
Could
on.
you give me a brief synopsis?
Yeah.
If it's in the log, like, we can read and consider the log as evidence.
The quasar had run aground, couldn't move. They were using a static warp bubble to keep the ship from being crushed. The sentry used was it tachyons or tetrions? Tachyons, I think. Pulse to weaken and kind of dissipate the eddy so that then the quasar could move itself out under its own power. That was what she testified to.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And so, according to the log, it looks like Lieutenant Commander Ava Collins ordered a full reverse to remove the quasar from the gravity well. Were you there to witness the events?
I was there to initiate the tachyon pulse. As per the actions of Ava Collins, I can't really speak to what she did on the bridge. We weren't in direct communication at that time.
Understood. I'm simply asking what your ship was there in presence for.
When we initiated the tachyon pulse is when the quasar initiated its engines to free
So
itself.
you were not present to witness the quasar attempting a full reverse impulse to get out of the gravity well.
As I said, I did not know what they set their engine power to. I was not privy to that information.
I don't understand.
Objection, Your Honor. Prosecution is misleading the witness.
Objection, Your Honors. I'm not sure that's the thing you can object with.
Well,
Yeah,
I think it's more player tiredness
yes,
than
Yeah.
I think that Vogel doesn't know what the speed was.
Right. They were there when the quasar pulled itself out, but Vogel's saying she doesn't know the speed that they used to pull themselves out.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
Gotcha. Lieutenant Vogel, I do have to say I find it odd that the ship itself couldn't record the speed of another Starfleet vessel. Were there no logs of this?
Not really sure how to answer this as a player.
Yeah, it's
Your Honor.
probably just not something that GM thought of or the players thought of at the time.
That's a GM question. GM, what do you think about this?
Yeah, really.
I'm actually going to object to this, Your Honor. The witness would not be privy to such information.
They were captain of the ship
believes
that
that
was
may be
scanning.
untrue. Yeah,
She
captain of the
was
ship.
captain of the USS Century at the time, not command of the Quasar.
Yeah, but he's asking why didn't the Century scan or keep a lock on the Quasar so that it would know its speed, which is not something.
GM clarification: the Quasar was already stuck.
Yeah, but they're talking
How about when
the
they
Quasar got
unstuck?
What speed did they use? What he's saying is the Sentry should have been scanning the quasar, monitoring its leaving.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, just got GM clarification. Thank you.
Yes.
Our sensors did record that the quasar did engage full impulse to get out.
But earlier in your testimony, you said that you weren't aware of the impulse speed.
Oh, okay. We just asked for GM clarification.
Are we retconning? Okay.
Yeah. We have to, because
Gotcha.
that was what you were asking, and we had to come up with an answer.
Gotcha. In your estimation, I can ask leading question. In your estimation, did it appear that the full impulse speed taken by the quasar led to further damage to the ship that it might not have sustained had it not reversed course?
While the ship was exiting?
According to Lieutenant Commander Collins' log, it looks like she says the ship was nearly torn apart, and she almost had her captain killed, including several others on board as a result of reversing course. I am simply trying to get your opinion on if you can corroborate that
Objection,
the
Your
ship
Honor.
sustained heavy damage as
Objection,
a
Your Honor.
result of
It's
the
not
act.
stated in Lieutenant Commander Ava Collins' record whether or not she went full reverse or full ahead.
I'm gonna lean over to Hagrid and say, this is all very tenuously connected to where we're at. We should just advise.
Where's
To
Ava
wrap it
Collins'
up.
log? Do we have
It's
a
not.
copy of that?
I will post a copy of it for you guys. Because I was about to do that and then we went right into it.
What game am I in?
Expedition.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think the damage was sustained before we got there, if I remember the log correctly.
Gotcha.
That's why I was confused by the question. Like, I think the damage from the log was said it was done prior to our arrival.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I made the suggestion to push the engines to full impulse and ride the gravity well out.
So just to go through it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that might actually help. So, Lieutenant Commander Vogel, I'm trying to corroborate the log given by Lieutenant Commander Ava Collins. You mentioned that the ship was proceeding forth at full impulse power. And do I have this right, that the ship was proceeding full force through the gravitational well?
With the assistance of our tachyon pulse, yes.
Well, it says here that Lieutenant Commander Collins' plan nearly tore the ship apart and almost got the captain killed. So it seems like they were proceeding through before you were able to get the tachyon pulse in place with the warp bubble. Was that prior to the Century's arrival at the scene?
Yes, it was.
Understood. Okay.
When we arrived there is when we discovered that they initiated the static warp bubble.
Understood. What was the state of the quasar when you arrived?
It was heavily damaged and they were quickly running out of power. Power that would have maintained the warp bubble.
In your estimation, would the ship had survived if the Century hadn't been on scene to administer the warp bubble?
If the Century did not arrive when it did and assist them leave, they would have ran out of power and they would have been crushed by the gravitational forces.
So this technique with the tachyon, is it field with a static warp bubble around the ship? This was essentially a new technique in your understanding, correct?
Sorry, what part? The warp bubble or the tachyon?
Basically, did you invent the technique on the spot? Or was this a known technique to avoid the eddy fields?
We were very quickly trying to run multiple simulations to see which approach would work best. One of the suggestions was to use tachyons, and we tried it in our simulations and it worked. That gave us enough confidence to try the technique to try to free them of the eddy.
Understood. So again, in your estimation, this was a novel technique. You had invented it on the spot.
I think so, yes.
So you're a science officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that you would have been aware if any other Starfleet ships had discovered this technique up to this point. Would that be correct, or am I off base?
Yes, sir. No other starship reported using this technique in the field.
Understood. Would you consider this to be a difficult technique to come up with? Or would a standard Starfleet science officer be able to invent such a technique 100 out of 100 times in this situation?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
I would sustain that.
Yeah, sustained.
How difficult was this technique to invent, in your estimation?
Once we had found out that it would work, it was a simple case of adjusting our deflector and sending out the pulse. But as I said, we weren't entirely sure that this would work. It was one of many that we ran through the simulator.
Completely understands. And it was quite honestly, in this ex-science officer's understanding, a brilliant technique. What the prosecution was asking, though, was, would you consider this to be, in your scientific estimation, a difficult technique to come up with on the spot?
I actually think this was difficult because I think we scientific methoded this, and it took us a while. Yeah.
Yes.
I would say it was difficult to think of the idea. It was probably down on our list about 7 or 8 that we tried in the simulator.
Understood. So just to confirm, you had tested other ideas that you thought more likely before arriving on this one?
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honors.
If there are no further questions, the witness is excused.
Thank you, sir. Vogel will go back to helping to her position to facilitate the trial.
This panel has allowed the defense a significant amount of leeway with the preceding witness and testimony, but counsel for the defense is advised to be a bit more expeditious in finding her point.
The result
And
was
maybe it'll be better out of character. I can do the deliberation tonight. I don't think I can do another witness examination, cross-examination, because that would be another 20 minutes. So it may have to be a two-parter if we're gonna have to do more witnesses.
I'm done with my witness list.
Yeah, I not any slight towards Prax in the defense, but it is like almost 12:20 a.m. where I am.
Same.
Your Honors, if you would permit me, I wish to have a moment with my clients before the defense may rest.
Go ahead.
Yep. Wait. get to do it now, and then we get to do it all again next Saturday, except in front of the High Council, where there are less rules.
Shit, you think we're going to survive to get in front of the High Council?
I'm
Try my combat. That's all you need.
No, we're not even going to get that far.
Yeah. I mean, I think I can kill everybody on the bridge.
If you've got the bridge, I've got the main hull. It's only, what, like 700 people?
Don't forget, we've got our core bridge crew to help us out.
I don't think Grill's going to be that much help.
Your Honor, the defense rests.
All right. Closing statements?
I believe the prosecution goes first, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honors, witnesses, all those present. Under the criteria laid out by Federation law to charge the defendant with the crime of negligence of his duties, we do require a few key elements to prove. And this is a high bar that we have to prove. This is not a light charge. We've demonstrated clearly that there's evidence of deaths of hundreds of Starfleet personnel while Captain Morgan was commanding. We've very clearly shown that his mental state was clear. He didn't appear to be unduly influenced. And this is from multiple testimony of the crew, both those present in the bridge to witness the events, as well as in reports officially logged in Starfleet records leading up to these events by trained medical personnel. We were able to put, obviously, the defendant at the scene, making the orders to proceed into the Eddy field against the advice of his command staff after multiple entreaties from multiple members of that command staff. We were able to show a callous and reckless disregard for this advice and a desire to proceed forward for his own personal glory and for his own image, to make it easier for him to climb the career ladder. We've shown clearly that Captain Morgan did not have any interest in understanding both the ship or his personnel, that his callous disregard of their mental and physical health led to multiple problems on the ship, led to multiple situations in which crew members requested transfers, intimated to other crew members that they were unhappy, were dismissed temporarily for stress-induced sicknesses. Many of these, which according to logs and evidence gathered by investigators, led to a situation on the ship where the ship was left in disrepair. Also, according to logs and evidence entered to the court, Captain Morgan disregarded supply runs to go and get more supplies, leading to the ship having inadequate supplies to reinforce the hull, to make sure the ship was in tip-top condition, leading to a situation that one could very easily surmise would leave a ship less able to pull itself out of a dangerous situation. After the con officer was injured, he took control of the ship himself, reversed course, causing further damage to the ship. And it was only from the quick thinking of his science officer, the more deaths, quite frankly, were prevented. While we can't prove that Captain Morgan intended to ram the ship into the subspace setting, and while we can't prove that he intended to kill hundreds of Starfleet personnel directly in his charge, that he was competent enough to prevent their deaths, we don't need to prove that for this charge. We simply need to prove that the decisions that he made were of sound mind, that he knew that he should not be making the decisions that he made, that he disregarded the best guidance from the Academy and from his bridge crew, and that he did those things anyway in an environment that was clearly dangerous and that any reasonable person would know could lead to a danger to themselves, their ship, or the people under their charge. The defense would have you believe that this is simply a series of mishaps, that Captain Morgan just fumbled his way into pulling the Expedition, a storage ship, into a subspace eddy, and then just fumbled his way to the con officer controls and reverse course, causing further damage to the ship. The defense would have you believe that commanding officers had it out for Captain Morgan, that they let their personal opinion of the man dictate their actions. When Commander Casey himself reported that this never took place, there were no complaints issued by Captain Morgan to Starfleet Command that crew members were disobeying his orders. He never forcibly transferred the crew because they were hostile to him. He never had anyone imprisoned for threatening his physical safety. I fail to see how the defense can make an argument that he simply happened into this situation and that the command crew had it out for him when there's simply no justification for that based on all the evidence presented, the logs, and the testimony of the command crew, and indeed the defense's witness themselves. Starfleet holds a tradition of elevating command officers to the captaincy who they deem competent to execute their duties to the fullest extent that we expect of Starfleet tradition. It's clear from these proceedings that Captain Morgan had the training, he had the advice of a competent bridge crew. He had the mental wherewithal to think clearly leading up to these events. And he made the decisions that he made, callously and recklessly, to put the ship in danger anyway. Prosecution rests.
Thank you, Captain DeGrasse. Captain Prax, your summary.
Thank you, Your Honors and Court. Captain Morgan indeed has a different command style from your typical commanding officer. That much is true. Some may frown upon it, some may revel in the chance to excel themselves and look forward to a better career. But clearly, it was an adjustment for some of the crew members who had stayed on board the expedition from their previous captain. Some may not have liked it. Some may have developed a bias over the several months that he was captain of the vessel. Instead of choosing to leave the ship and take posting up elsewhere, they chose to stay. Captain Morgan was asked by Admiral Keller to survey the ebb and expanse for the unusual phenomenon that was forming in the region. He also asked this of the USS Quasar, a vessel that nearly suffered the same fate as the Expedition. In fact, it ran aground and was unable to escape after doing a very similar maneuver to what the Expedition did. But unfortunately, severe damage to the Expedition and a lack of standards or repair guidelines, to which we are unclear of and unknown of, or are unable to analyze because of lack of evidence in this court, and was potentially hidden by the chief engineer, who was only trying to do her duty as a Starfleet officer to keep the ship running. Captain Morgan was neither notified or apprised of the situation at hand. He was under the assumption that his ship was stocked enough to conduct a survey operation, and the logs reflect this, the fact that once the survey was complete, he was going to immediately head to port. From even the own chief engineer's log, that the expedition would be restocked. Captain Morgan did what he thought he needed to do to save his ship. And unfortunately, the severe damage of the Expedition led to the destruction of the vessel. This unfortunate incident is the fault of no one on the crew, but none of the crew nor its captain, but merely a series of events that took place unbeknownst to the crew and no fault to them, that they were able to control or avoid. It is unclear whether or not the speed of which the expedition was traveling at, if they would have been able to safely avoid the gravitational eddy that formed nearly on top of them. One second, I'm looking at notes. While it was true that the first officer and the captain did not always see eye to eye, Commander Casey was vigilant in his duties to inform the Captain Morgan of any problems that may have been arisen, and Commander Casey was not informed of any problems. I am sure Commander Casey would inform Captain Morgan of this, and I am sure Captain Morgan would have done his due diligence to solve the issue. It is a captain's first job and first job only to make sure that his crew and his ship make it home safely. But as we all know, sometimes that doesn't happen, as certain things outside of our own control can lead to disastrous results. And with that, the defense rests its case.
I would like to thank the officers of their court for their service. This has been an unusual trial in unusual circumstances with unusual time constraints imposed from Starfleet Command. I know everyone involved has done their absolute best. At this point, this court will recess while the panel retires to deliberate. We will return when we have reached our verdict. Ding, 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 ding. And Haggard will stand up and make his way out.
I will follow.
Giselda would also follow.
All right. If you would like to deliberate in a GM chat, and if Prax, you could follow just
As the camera.
they record that because I think they said they would do it in character for us.
Yep.
Yeah, just as the camera.
You go into the conference room.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Probably want to bring their tokens in.
Yeah, I'm going to. If I remember where they're at.
We're focusing there at the end.
Yeah, it's a long day.
Long
Lights.
day.
Action.
Well,
Rules, I will defer to you speaking first.
I think the biggest question is how the hell one of the main ships of the line of Starfleet got itself into such a mess.
It seems to have had a very serious breakdown in the command structure. Engineers were not talking to executive officers. Executive officers weren't talking to captains. Captain wasn't verifying what the executive officer was saying. Executive officer wasn't verifying what the engineer was saying. Science
Chief-
officer felt under constant beratement, so that voicing opinions was taboo.
The chief medical officer, while being aware of problems and stresses within the crew, was not reporting it up the chain of command, and when he met resistance from the chief engineer, didn't go to the executive officer or the captain. It was a very troubled ship, but I think we can make some recommendations as to further investigations and boards of inquiry. But in the matter of Captain Morgan's being grossly negligent, I think there is a considerable amount of reasonable doubt. I certainly cannot lay the entire blame for this debacle at his feet.
No, he did receive. There was previous occurrence of this incident. This happened with another ship, and he was warned by the science officer that this was a distinct possibility. And it presented a real danger to the ship, and he was not on a mission of strategic or tactical importance. So any timetable he had to keep to certainly didn't justify gross risk to the ship.
But apparently there was a timetable imposed by Starfleet Command, which is unusual in and of itself.
But without being on a mission,
unfortunately, the circumstances of why those commands were in place are beyond the scope of this trial.
And he still has ultimate authority and responsibility over the course of the ship. He certainly could have informed Starfleet Command that to go full impulse through this was too great a risk, which I think would have been prudent. I think the decision to go full impulse, despite the previous incident, despite the warnings of the science officer and the objections of the XO, was a very poor decision.
So we can agree he's guilty of making poor decisions, but does it rise to the level of gross negligence?
It would only be guilty of poor decisions and not gross negligence if he had no examples to look back on or his advice had been poor. But he had solid advice from credentialed experts. He had a prime example of the folly of going full impulse in this manner. He had every advantage one would need to not make this decision. And the decision he did make ended in the destruction of the ship.
However, or I thought it was as brought up that the nature of this Eddie he was distinctly more powerful than the one that the Quasar ran into. Could that be seen as
I don't.
unexpected escalation?
There were similar circumstances. They both ran into eddies they couldn't avoid getting out of. The Expedition is a bigger ship than the Quasar, so you'd expect a bigger eddy was required.
Precisely. Maybe he was under the assumption that at the eddies would be of a similar size, and thus the expedition could roll through smaller ones, thus keeping the speed in the timetable without unnecessary any risk of the ship if he expected smaller or phenomenon.
If that was true, then you would expect him to have consulted with his science officer, who may have been able to confirm or deny that, but he didn't.
It also appears, however, that the captain was unaware of the true state of his ship due to particularly the engineering department not fulfilling its obligations and properly reporting things. And it baffles my mind how an executive officer could be unaware of a supply situation aboard their ship.
But if ultimately the responsibility for ensuring the ship's in good order is the captain, if he never bothered to investigate the reports or to make regular visits to engineering to confirm whether or not engineering was in good order, then he could have avoided this.
But if he was working under competent officers, he would have been working under the assumption that his officers would report such matters to him. They did not report such matters to him. So was he seeing that his officers were competent and giving good advice, or seeing that his officers were incompetent and not informing him of situations correctly?
After a certain point, I would say that was true, but he was still relatively new to this ship, so there should be an expectation that he's more involved than a captain who may have been on a ship for several years.
And there's another question we unfortunately must consider in light of our orders from Starfleet. It seems to me that Praxis' introduction of the Quasar evidence did more than anything else to sink her case. If we believe she did this deliberately, then we have been ordered to dismiss the case.
Can you clarify what you mean by how exactly did the Quasar or evidence and sink her case?
If the Quasar reports had not been entered into evidence, then we would not have been aware that there was a very similar incident happening previously that Morgan should very well have been aware of.
Okay, because you guys didn't look at the star dates, and I'm assuming you guys did. I'm sorry to cut you off to deliberation. The star dates were around the same time. Just FYI. If you look at the logs.
Oh, so he didn't have any reason to know.
Neither the prosecution nor the defense made that clear at all.
We didn't. That's, to be fair, we didn't. You can excommunicate what I said, but.
So, both events are happening at the same time.
Well,
that does put a different light on things, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let's see.
In that case, Ace the idea of running into the eddies. He's the severity of the eddies, and also the ill-advisement of reversing course or out of the eddies would have been unknown unto him. And the con officer also didn't offer any standard or procedures of how to get out of the eddy. And well, if the eddy is currently damaging into the ship, first course of action would be get the hell out.
Well, while the decision to try and full reverse the way out of the eddy turned out to be the wrong one, I can't really blame the captain for that.
No.
Yeah, every captain makes wrong decisions, and we all know that the wrong decision at the right time can destroy the ship. And from what the Quasar's logs show, even his officers weren't hitting on the right idea to get them out. However, Elder, your point about the disregard for standard procedure and safe operating speeds are well taken. That's more difficult for me to understand.
Yeah, if it had been if this had been a wartime incident, then I would have no problem finding him not guilty. But being that his orders were not of extreme importance to the Federation, and the continued service of his ship is of extreme importance to the Federation, he seemed to make the wrong judgment over which was more important.
Do we have a copy of the exact orders given to Captain Morgan in regarding this survey?
GM?
I don't think it was entered into evidence.
It wasn't admitted into evidence, but you could look up the order. All of you have the right to do it, and really it's just the order was from Admiral Keller requesting if the expedition is able to to do a quick survey of this region near the Ebon Expanse.
Yeah, this is like we thought. There was nothing. He may have wanted it to be done quick, but he didn't say if it's of the utmost importance to do it quick. Like there's some danger lurking, which to me means he did.
He set the fire underneath everyone's ass for his own glory, not because Starfleet.
And he knew he was giving poor performance reports, so he knew his ship and the crew weren't at their peak. So he knew he must have known that he didn't have everything he needed to push that hard. And he didn't have the justification to push that hard.
Agreed. I think that's where the negligence comes in. All this stuff about the relationship with the crew, I don't think either side particularly proved their case very well there, certainly not to the extent the prosecutor would have us believe.
No, I really do think it comes down to the speed. Needing to get this done quick means he needs to go at full impulse. Full impulse means the science officer and the con officer can't protect the ship, even though the science officer is warned against this. After he received that warning, if he had, slowed the ship to half impulse or quarter impulse, and still this incident happened, then, it's a no conviction scenario. But he made his own aggressive timetable, and he didn't listen to advice once that timetable put the ship in danger. So,
Agreed. I think we've come to a decision on the main element of this case then.
well, I think we have to look for unanimous consent on a conviction. If it was, I think we either need 3 votes for conviction, or we need 2 votes for no conviction. I think if we have only 1 vote for no conviction, then we're in a deadlock.
All right. I think it's time for a vote. I vote guilty.
Guilty. Look to the captain who has all the pressure put on them. I was totally about to suggest that the captain vote first.
Oh, sorry.
Setting an aggressive timetable is not cause for our gross negligence, and we as Starfleet officers are asked to do the impossible every day.
We're asked to do the impossible sometimes when there is a great justification for that sacrifice. The point is, he set the timetable without the need for sacrifice. He didn't need to accomplish.
That was my next point. Right, he had insufficient data, and he had insufficient cause to set this aggressive timetable. Nor did he have the full confidence of his ship and crew. You should not set an aggressive timetable without the full confidence of your ship and crew. Given that, I vote guilty.
Very well. It is within our power as a panel to recommend additional inquiries or investigations based upon the evidence that has come to light in this trial. Do we wish to do so?
I was concerned about the XO until he stated in his own words that he did not assume command. He merely continued to issue commands, which is completely in his right as the executive officer.
Yes, it does appear that the captain, after being injured, was not capable of voicing any commands.
So I don't find any issue with the executive officer in that regard.
I am troubled by his lack of awareness of what was going on with his subordinate departments and with the supply situation.
Should we recommend he not be considered for command for at least 6 months?
Well,
basically put a black mark and leave it at that, or suggest a black mark.
Just take the form of what, an official reprimand?
Yeah, just
out of character.
Just official.
Okay.
Issue an official reprimand for not bringing the failures of the ship to the attention of the chain of command of the 10th Fleet, and for not informing the captain of what was going on in engineering. There's multiple failures, but none of it rises to the degree of which the captain's failures rose. So I don't think issuing charges on him is warranted.
I do think we should recommend that Starfleet Medical investigate the imposition of Article 121, which they will do anyway, but our recommendation might spur the process along.
I agree. There were some irregularities with the doctor's justification and invoking of that order.
Very well. Is there anything else we need to discuss?
I think it's also up to us to issue the sentence, right?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It's up to you to issue the sentence for Morgan.
So I think in this case, if found guilty of this, I mean, this caused the death of people. I don't think continued service in Starfleet is acceptable. I think it's like, you know,
I think it's dishonorable discharge.
Mhm.
yeah, a dishonorable discharge. I'm debating on New Zealand penal colony, maybe like a year or two, because we're talking an entire engineering department was wiped out by this decision.
Yeah, not to mention several hundred others.
Yeah, so I think 5 years
In a on a Federation in a Federation rehabilitation facility. That's probably what we call it.
With a reduction in rank to crewman first class and discharge. We'll basically seize the commission. As a sign of how important this is.
Are we agreed?
We are agreed.
Do you have all that, or do you need to write it? Do you have it written down?
I think I can get it.
Okay, so guilty.
Next,
bust down to first class. 5 years in Federation prison. Dishonorable discharge. Recommend a black mark for the XO. Doctor needs to have his actions reviewed by Starfleet Medical.
All right.
What about the issue of Prax? Did we discuss that?
I don't think there is any issue with Prax. Prax is not on trial here.
Did Prax perform their duties as the defending counsel to the best of their abilities?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yes, because there was
Once we
question
cleared
about
up
the
the Stardate
quasar
thing.
thing. Yeah, there was a question about the quasar thing, but the quasar, our entire decision was based on the timetable and the full impulse, which was not anything that Prax introduced. That was the thing the prosecution introduced. So, no issue
the negligence comes in with him
so
deciding he needed to
I think
rush.
the trial stands, and I think the conviction stands.
Yep.
Very well.
Now, wait a minute. Do we bust him in rank, sentence him to 5 years in a Starfleet facility, and then to be followed by dishonorable discharge? Because I'm not sure that we can kick him out and sentence him to civilian prison.
Yeah, I think we have to hold him in a Starfleet facility, not a civilian facility.
Yes, you reduce him in rank, do the prison, and then once his sentence has been finished, then he'll be issued a dishonorable discharge.
Right. All right. And we'll signal the yeoman that we're ready to resume.
Should we go back down?
Yep. See if anybody's still awake.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun.
I think that's a head back to the courtroom.
Yep.
Sign. All right, let me know when you enter.
All right. We come in looking very solemn.
We do. Very stoic.
Ding, 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 ding. This proceeding is now in session. The panel has deliberated and reached our decision. The defendant will rise for our decision and sentencing.
And Morgan rises.
On the charge of... read it exactly. God, I took a lot of notes. On the charge of gross dereliction of duty and negligence resulting in the destruction of a starship, namely the USS Expedition, we find Captain Felix Morgan guilty on all counts. For this crime, we find him unworthy to wear the uniform of a Starfleet officer. You will be reduced in rank to crewman first class and removed from this courtroom to a Starfleet rehabilitation facility for a period of not less than 5 years, after which point you will be dishonorably discharged from Starfleet service. In light of evidence presented at this case, this court has also determined to issue a formal reprimand into the record of Commander Arnaud Casey for failure to properly carry out the duties of an executive officer. We find no further reason for investigation or boards of inquiry. This panel is also recommending to Starfleet Medical to thoroughly investigate and potentially bring a board of inquiry against Dr. Can't read his whole name.
McPherson.
Dr. Pearson, in regards to his activation of Regulation 121 on the planet's surface. The court thanks all officers for their service and is adjourned. Ding, 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 ding.
All right. I think we will call that the end of Palais de Justice.